outsider. And it might be stupid or whatever, but I told drink never look better. You just roll off the tongue like my own language. You're my favorite song with the club sandwich. And it might be cheesy or whatever, but I never had anything better than you. You make me go wow. I can't get enough. Whatever you do, you got me feeling like wow. Got a taste, now I want it all. Whatever you do, don't stop. We stay here all night. Oh, we can go high to the clouds. Beating hearts won't come down. You make me go wow. if you feel now the same with let me know what you wanna do. It's time for you, let yourself go. If you don't take this chance, you never know. If you wanna be my dream come true, I will open my arms just for you. Lose myself when I look at you. My feelings are true, oh so true. When the sun is rising up, I'll be there for you. When you're waking up in my arms, when the sun is going down, we'll be dancing together all night long by my side. So if you feel passion as I do, let the world know our love is true. It's time for you, let yourself go. If you don't take this chance, you never know. If you wanna be my dream come true, I will open my arms just for you. Lose myself when I look at you. My feelings are true, oh so true. When the sun is rising up, I'll be there for you. Yeah, when the sun is going down, we'll be dancing together all night long. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. When the sun is rising up, I'll be there for you. Waking up in my arms. When the sun is going down, we'll be dancing together all night long by my side. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Your eyes, they say, gonna do what I want like the movies. Someday you'll be better than the things that they said you could be.
Live from the Cupra Arena, it is now, would you believe it? Day 11 of the Kings World Cup clubs, isn't it, Bruno, who's beside me here to commentate?
I do not believe it.
I don't believe it. Would you believe it? It really is that close to the big day, the day we've had circled on our calendar for months upon end.
It will be a sad
14th.
day, though, as it all come to an end and we'll be leaving, but yes, we're getting close to the big prize at the end of the week. So last 16, we almost know all the quarterfinalists. We're going to find out today who those last 8 are. And as we've said, it's been a real mix of different countries, of different leagues. Everyone's, we've had a lot of surprises. And one of the biggest surprises, we'll be playing the first game today, the German side, Footballistas Locos.
Against United, one of the host teams, and already the fans are starting to take their slots, shall we say, their positions in the stands. I was going to say sits, but there are no sits here, so they're taking their places. And while we await that game at 1900, let's take a look back, Bruno, at yesterday's action.
Now, this one's difficult to sum up in the highlights, isn't it? Some games, highlights feel like they're a bit too long because not that much happened, and other ones, it's the other way around. And that's exactly what happened with GL7 against Zeta. Probably, you said it throughout the commentary, for you, as maybe the game of the tournament. It's definitely up there in terms of excitement, in terms of goals, in terms of things happening. Also a little bit of controversy, which adds to the flavour of the game, of what happened on the field of play. But I do think that there was a decision in this game, a red card, which ultimately swayed things in one direction.
Yeah, one direction. It was Perotti, wasn't it?
It was.
He got that red card.
Yes.
Initially, it was actually a yellow, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they upgraded it. And after Zet had actually fought back, thanks in big part to Perotti, and getting back into the game, and that red card, I think you're right. We've spoken about it, haven't we, Bruno? Listen, the studs were up, the boot was up, but he was clearly, and as we'll see shortly, going for the ball. There was intent to play the ball. There was nothing vicious. There's no malice at all. Town called Malice in his challenge. Good tune, good tune.
Great tune, great tune.
Clash, I know you're a big fan. I know you're a big fan. So that certainly swayed things. We know that. We've spoken about that, and Perotti here was on target. This was a moment of joy for him, but moments later there was less joy. I think that just by pitch side there's a girl called Giussi Meloni, who's a very famous Italian presenter who works for, that literally would translate to that. She works for DAZN, she used to work for Milan, Sport Italia, so she might be doing the interviews very soon, and she actually does a lot of presenting in English. So we'll see whether that's the reason why she's been brought in to help out with this increasingly international assortment of teams. As we said, there's teams from almost every nation, barring the Kings League Americas. And this, let's get him back to business out on the pitch. That was very quick.
Well, it was sort of quick sort of glimpse at it. Yes, it was a high boot. It was up there, and right, okay. Maybe did catch his face. The Zeta player, the GR7 player. Sorry.
That's right.
But enough for a red card, as you say. There wasn't any malice in it, and they lost their best player, other than the sanction and the sin bin. It was their best player missing in the second half, and they just lacked that little bit of quality.
It was exactly that. And GR7 then were, as we said, able to, after making that really strong start, continue their way to victory. Thanks in particular likes of Leandro Cosenza amongst the scorers for GR7. You can see they won it. And on the plus side, Bruno, especially for the Italian fans, we know, of course, there's definitely an Italian team in the final 8. On the other hand, for the negatives for our Italian cast, the likes of Sabino and Peppone, we have to say arrivederci to FCZ. We also said, unfortunately for us, because we loved watching the Boomers and Simone Lofaz, we've also said goodbye to them, and we said goodbye to FURIA, didn't we, who lost to Panama Allstars, the latter, the French champions, and showing why they are the French champions. We said it was going to be very, very close, and
I thought it would have been closer.
Actually made a really good start. It was Harhus who got the party started, but Panama Allstars then hit back, and we spoke about it, didn't we? Benoit Costil didn't have his best game.
No, not his best game at all. Costil, in fact, he was substituted towards the end. Allen came on.
The Allen Key
came on, and I don't know if that was Costil asking for the substitution. That goal in particular, I felt like it was there to be saved. Yes, it curled into the top corner, but it wasn't top corner from Nicolas Martins. I must admit, when you see teams playing separately, you don't really know how they're going to match up against each other. But I thought F2R were coming to this game. I thought that maybe they were stronger than Panama Allstars, but I was silenced in that regard. And that's why Panama Allstars have gone further than them in France. And I think it was not obviously decided early on, but very early into the game, it was 5-1, 21 minutes in. There was always a sense that Panama Allstars were going through, so it lacked that edge that maybe the Italian derby had.
Yep, you're spot on. We were thinking, oh, this could be the makings of another Kings League Classic, as we saw it, in our opinion, between Gear 7 and FCZ earlier. In the end, it was very much one-way traffic. Now, here, Harris managed to score his penalty, though he had to take it in 2 attempts, so we're about to see whether this was the first one which was kept out, which it was, but was taken again because, as you'll see, the keeper was actually off his line, so to take it, and obviously this time he got a cheeky little panenka, didn't he? It was delicious, it was beautiful, and one of the few sort of bright notes, let's put it that way, for FURIA in this match, who were soundly beaten, and Panama Allstars, the French champions, are now looking to become the world champions on home soil, marching on and they are now into the final 8, the quarterfinals here. Another one, he did it again.
Another Panenka, he found the way, didn't he?
Yeah, we were breathless. We were speechless. We are breathless, of course, with this Kings League action. We can't do something, but we are speechless. We did not expect this to happen. You know, lightning did strike twice. It certainly did. And look at the joy there from the FURIA presidential booth when the full-time whistle went. So we say goodbye to FURIA, one of the most popular teams in terms of the support here in Paris, but it's Panama Allstars marching on, and we're going to see United in action very soon. But first, let's continue our recap of the action. Perus, the Kings League America representative, shall we say?
Yeah, champions of Los Chamos.
But yeah, one of the representatives, let's put it that way.
Yes.
John Palacios, who again had a really good game, but Fluxo just too strong, and Bolt was again inspirational for Fluxo. Brilliant performance from him.
Yeah, Bolt, Helber Jr., Vinny, that's what the Brazilian sides have got. They've got so many names that you can name and just reel off that can win you games, that can score goals. For Perus, it's more John Palacios and Hilario, and then maybe the rest are a step below. So, and it wasn't Monterde's best game either, who we feel is one of the best goalkeepers in the competition. But he had a slight dip from where he was earlier than this game. It wasn't the worst performance from Monterde, but maybe he set such a high marker throughout the start of the competition and throughout the time that we've seen him in the Kings League Americas that maybe we did get that sense that yesterday he wasn't at his best. And how many times we've seen Perus go through in this tournament with him keeping out almost everything, and John Palacios scoring the goals at the end. John Palacios did get the goals, but maybe Monterde wasn't quite as performing as well as he had in previous games.
No, he didn't. It wasn't the Monterde we'd seen in the previous performances for Perus. It's just one of those things, and these things can happen, of course, especially in this stage of the competition, the round of 16, when we know the stakes are higher, more pressure, and it goes back to what you're saying. It's a very good point. Maybe we see Perus in one game and we have a certain opinion and make a certain judgment on the side as a whole, but then when you maybe crank it up a notch in terms of difficulty level,
exactly, we don't know until we sort of match them up with other teams, do you? That's why it's such an interesting tournament, because you don't know what to make exactly of the teams. We said it on the first day, Los Chamos, they look horrific, but then they actually competed very well in other games. An Xbuyer team, maybe you're thinking, oh, they've won 10-1, they're going to cruise through, but they also struggled after winning 10-1. So it's quite difficult until you actually see the teams matched up and you see them come up against each other. You don't really have the 100% clear idea of what's going to happen.
No, you don't. And in this one, similarly, with Los Tronos against Los Chamos, we expected this to be a lot tighter again. Los Chamos weren't the champions.
Hoping to be the champions,
yeah,
but unfortunately
hoping,
not.
Yeah, obviously, they still are the Kings League Americas champions. We know that. No one can take that crown away from them for now. But Los Tronos, yeah, just once they got into their stride, they were lethal, weren't they? And they're looking to fly the flag high for the teams from España. And Los Chamos, then we say goodbye to them, or we said goodbye to them yesterday, and we also talked about this off air, you and I, weren't we? And there's no representative from the Kings League Americas left.
Yes, no.
As we go into the final 8 of the competition. And
it's a shame. It's a wonderful competition with such a variety of nationalities in terms of the presidents, real characters in the presidential booths, that teams that you really, they bring sort of some joy to the competition. So it's a shame that we have to say goodbye to them. And Los Tronos, when you look at the results, and we said this yesterday in the commentary, all sort of quite slow scoring games, 4-1, 4-2, 5-2. There isn't a resounding win or any team scoring a ridiculous amount of goals. It's just been very sort of professional for them. It's not been exciting. It's not been anything that's really stood out and you say, oh, check out the highlights and watch Los Tronos. But it's just been efficient. Yeah, it's been efficient how they've got through the rounds. They're into the quarterfinals. Haven't really set the world alight or the Cupra Arena alight, but they're there.
And that is all that really matters, isn't it? I mean, on that note, a little bit of Man City won the Champions League final a couple of years ago into. They weren't brilliant in that game, but they got the job done. It was business-like, and they got their hands on the trophy, for example. So I think you spoke, wasn't it a couple of years ago, you said Real Madrid wasn't the best ever sort of Real Madrid Champions League winning side.
They've had a couple, yeah.
But they got the job done. It was efficient, it was professional, accomplished performances, and at the end of the day, the history books, they're not going to say, oh, they won it, but it wasn't a great performance. To say they have won it, they won that game, and that's what people will look back on in years. Apart from you and I, the football nerds, then of course we will say, well, technically, yes, they won it, but they actually were very lucky. They were rescued by the frame of the goal there, or there was a red card there, or well, there was an injury in the wall. All those kind of things that will never tire.
It's not an insect, it's an arachnid,
Yes,
for example. Yeah,
8 legs, 6 legs, 8 legs,
yeah.
6 legs, 8 legs, 6. Exactly. Thank you. Now, Yolo, he bowed out with at least another presidential penalty, but on that occasion, there was no fun and games, were there?
No.
It was very serious.
And he was sort of cooled down, wasn't
Yeah.
he? He was just screamed at by Castillo, telling him, get out here, you're taking the penalty, don't leave us with a shootout. And he looked a bit sheepish, didn't he, going out onto the pitch?
Yeah.
Almost like a kid that's been told off.
Yeah.
Scored the penalty and sort of went back into his booth, didn't make much of a show of it as he usually does. And the penalty from Perchita, I've been impressed with his technique this week, haven't I? And, well, we both have. That was a very clean strike. Yeah, he hit the crossbar and people will say, oh, what's he doing? But it was a very nice strike from him. He's one of those presidents that actually knows how to hit the ball properly.
Yeah, it was a sort of sideways strike, wasn't it? It was struck really, really well. He missed it, but as you said, the technique was fantastic, and we come back here just to cap off the action here between Los Troncos and Los Chamos, with Los Troncos marching on, Los Chamos bowing out of the competition, and as we were saying, Bruno, you and I, and we'll talk about it shortly and in more detail, Los Chamos out of the competition. And a very warm welcome back to the Cupra Arena. It is now incredibly day 11 of the Kings World Cup clubs, but it is day 2 of the round of 16 fixtures. Today we're going to be saying goodbye to 4 more teams, and we're going to say hello and welcome to the quarterfinals to 4 other teams. I'm Thomas Lawrence, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Bruno Bergarecce. How you doing, my man?
Pleasure to be here. Do you know what I like the most is how you've really managed to say my name very, very well. Obviously on day 1 it was a struggle.
Terrible. It was
We'd
terrible.
only just met each other that very morning, and it was, you know, it's a struggle. It's not an easy surname, but you get it spot on. But
thank you, mate.
Yeah, let's talk about the results.
Only taken me 11 days.
Let's get to the results.
Only taken me 11 days.
No, you've been saying it well for a couple of days.
Thanks, pal. Thank you, mate. Thank you very much. Thank
Go
you
on,
very
say
much.
the results, mate.
Yeah,
Say
no,
the
no.
results.
I was just wanting to let that praise linger. As you can see, the 4 teams that marched on: GR7, Los Troncos, Persas, and Panama Allstars. As we said, farewell to the likes of Zeta, Los Chamos, Persas, and of course FURIA, who obviously one of the host teams. And this is what it does for the bracket. As you can see, we've already got 2 quarter-final fixtures today. We'll find out the other 2, and as we were saying, we're going to be unfortunately saying au revoir to 4 teams.
And 4 different countries in the quarterfinals so far.
And
Spain, Italy,
yep.
France and Brazil.
So in a
the
way,
top half of the bracket.
yeah,
So
in a way, in that sense, it would be good
it is
to
a World
have,
Cup
yeah,
in
yeah.
every sense of the word.
Exactly. You read my mind. You read my mind very much like a Pirlo and Inzaghi, that understanding, or maybe Iniesta and Messi, or I think of someone for Real Madrid. Would it be someone with Raul? Who was playing behind Raul in that kind of great team? Zidane and Raul there, linking up to perfection. So that was the results. And as I always said, guys, if you weren't with us yesterday, don't worry. I'm going to recap the action. And FC Zeta went out. It was just 7, and in particular Rossi's 4 goals, which were crucial, and securing their spot in the quarter-finals of the competition. Yesterday there was a moment, we were speaking about this, weren't we, in our first pre-match show. Perotti sending off was shall we say, controversial? Is that the right term?
Controversial,
Yeah,
absolutely. It's the
yeah.
right term, because it wasn't a clear red card, and it definitely swayed the game and made life much more difficult for Zeta. But Rossi was the star scoring 4 goals again. He's been a standout player for the Italians, and for the Troncos against Los Chamos, maybe not the funnest of games.
No, but it was a professional, accomplished performance from Los Troncos. To another topic we've been chatting about a lot. Los Troncos, they haven't really sort of starred yet, have they? They haven't really impressed, but they're getting the job done, and without too much fanfare, without too much talk, they are there in the quarterfinals, as they were in Mexico 2024. So well done to Los Troncos, and we have to also say, I don't want to say well done or not, but Persita, it's certainly well done for the audacity here with this sort of sideways strike.
Not well done, no.
No, but the audacity, we can say well done.
Yeah. Well done on the approach.
Yeah.
Nice strike, but not the best. Well, not the best finish, not bad, but that's 1 centimetre more to the left. That is a stunning penalty. It's in the top corner.
It was very nearly then one of the great penalty presidential strikes for Persita, who wears that number 14 jersey. A little nod there too. Jordi Gomez. Now Fluxo, the first Brazilian team to reach the quarter-finals. The Brazilian side got the better of Persas, the side from Peru. So we have to say again, goodbye to someone. That's the cruel nature, isn't it, of this competition, Bruno? Just so you get to know a team and get to know them, you have to say, and then I get to spoil it all by saying something stupid like
goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
In that case. So we said farewell to them, and we said goodbye as well, didn't we, to FURIA? Although it's a very short trip home for the French side, and it was an all-French derby, wasn't it? And it was Panama Allstars, who are actually the champions of France, who won, and they're looking to lay down a marker, aren't they, in their quest to become champions of
That was a good
the
free
world.
kick. Remember seeing that one?
Oh, do you know what? I just happened to look away, just as it was about to be struck, so I missed it sort of live, but fortunately I had the benefit of the replay, and of course I heard you obviously go, whoa! So that made me just look back up. So I was a little bit distracted just for that minute, but only because I had to just get a bottle of water. There was nothing
major.
Nothing major. Anyway, this again was another miss from Amin. In fact, he's not scored a single one, has he, in this competition?
And he won't be scoring one, was they knocked out?
And this was funny because he missed, he got called back because the keeper wasn't actually on his line, and even in the second time of asking, he still couldn't make it count. So, I mean, it's been a very disappointing competition for him as he missed his 2 presidential penalties. So that was yesterday's action, guys, but now we start to look ahead. We've got some crunch matches today. one of the big ones has to be, for me, DMG against Dendele, but we'll begin, won't we, Bruno, the United, the French side, against Futbolistas, Locos, then Porcinos, the champions, against Xbuyer team, Dendele, DMG, as we were just saying, and FURIA against KARASU. You know what I think about FURIA?
Yeah, it's a day full of Brazilians. So 3 out of 4. Yeah, 3 out of 4 Brazilians, that's right, playing today. And
that's right,
it'll
yeah.
be interesting to see the Brazilian clash between both those sides. I want to see who takes that one. FURIA, as you were saying a couple of moments ago, and very much the sentiment all around the arena, are the favourites to win the title.
Yep.
A title which was decided last year here in Monterrey. This was the wonderful stadium, the Gigante de Acero. The Steel Giant, which of course will be one of the hosts at the World Cup next year, and that's where Porcinos played against Xbuyer. That game that we're seeing afterwards in the semi-finals, they were defeated by 7-3. Porcinos would then go on to win that final against G3X, which was a wonderful game with that man, Pablo Hernandez, very much the star of the show. He is not here this year, and we feel that without him and a couple of other names, they're not the outright favourites to defend their title. But hey, they've got that sort of history about them, haven't they, Porcinos? Call it history. It's only been going for 2 years.
But it's recent history.
But there is that sense, isn't there, that they are the champions, that everybody wants to defeat them. Remember the draw? The president of Locos said, I don't want to play against the pig face.
Exactly. He was very good at making the animal noises, and we understood right away that he meant Porcinos. So in another of today's matches, FURIA will face KARASU, the team that eliminated SXB, one of the teams that were part of the new league, joining the Kings League Universal, and that is, of course, Kings League MENA.
Let the game begin. Welcome to the Kings League MENA.
Welcome back. Because we are now edging ever closer to the moment we've all been waiting for. United, who have been in red hot form, or white hot form, shall we say, seeing the colour of their jerseys. That is Clement Goguet, the first draft pick, the Kings League France, and on loan from Generation 7, and he's got that number 10 jersey for a reason, one of the more talented players in the side, so keep a close eye on him throughout the fixture. As for Futbolistas Locos, well, we picked out Daniel Dressen, their keeper, who netted the winning shootout against Ultimate Mostos, also made a decisive save on Jose Segovia, so we expect him also to have another big performance.
In 2 penalty shootouts. And,
that's right, yeah.
We've seen him celebrating here up close and personal. Dressen, very involved. I know the German side, full on there. They're maybe more involved than other teams. Family members flying out.
Yeah.
We saw Chichi's family the other day, Dressen family today. They are taking this very, very seriously, and they're once again very well supported in the stands.
We're almost there then. The reason you are all here right now, United against Futbolistas Locos. the French side who got a bye to the round of 16 by winning their first 2 games. Futbolistas Locos, they did it the hard way, lost their first game, but they won their next 2. And via, as Bruno was saying, via a shootout, we picked out Marvin Emanuel, aka Malikos, and Samin Rebronja, also Rebronja James, as has been nicknamed by many here at the Kings League. Now, here's the United squad, and they've also made a couple of changes, and we'll talk about that shortly in terms of who's going to potentially be starting this fixture. We'll talk through their squad at length with Bruno when the match gets underway. And here's the Futbolistas Locos squad, and those wild cards there, Koray Dag and Orta, fresh from coming into the side. And again, Bruno will have plenty of information about those guys on the way. Now ahead of the match, the Futbolistas Locos with a special rallying cry from none other than Bastian Schweinsteiger.
Dann wirkt die Spanier. Und jetzt kommen die Franzosen dran. Gut defensiv stehen, ist ganz wichtig. Defensiv, dass gut gearbeitet wird, nach vorn geht immer was. Ja, ich schaue es mir natürlich an, drücke euch fest die Daumen, bin stolz auf euch. Bis jetzt, es war Weltklasse. Aber es geht weiter, immer weiter. Glaubt mir, da geht noch einiges. Haut rein, gebt Gas, ich glaube an euch.
He believes in them. We'll see whether that will filter through to the players. Well, that message from a World Cup winner and a serial winner, of course, from his playing days will pass on through here as we await for United and Futbolistas Locos to take to the pitch here. It's going to be a great game, that's for sure. United, the home side, shall we say, one of the host teams here against Futbolistas Locos, who starting to get into their stride. They've got a lot of belief after beating UC in a shootout, and of course, Mostoras in a shootout.
Yeah, Futbolistas Locos feels a little bit like that plucky Championship League One team that has a cup run, that they're never the favourites, but they continuously upset a Premier League side, and you've got to end up taking them seriously. They don't care. We saw the odds coming into the game, or the predictions, or the fans, what they feel, the sentiment coming into the game. 30% think that Futbolistas Locos can win. They don't care. They don't care. That's what it's been for them in every single game. 2 penalty shootout wins.
Yep.
Only lost 6-3 against Fluxo. That was not a bad performance from them at all. They've been very, very difficult to dispatch, but they're up against, for me, the best French side. Yes, Panama Allstars, they were brilliant last night, but United, for me, have looked like the best French side. 2 comfortable wins against Boomers, against Galácticos del Caribe. Got rid of them. And let's see if Futbolistas Locos can continue with this trend and surprise yet another team which on paper looks stronger.
As you say, it's all about momentum, isn't it, Bruno? It's all about that confidence. And once you've got a couple of wins under your belt, you just keep on believing, and there's no mountain high enough to stop them from getting towards the final on Saturday, the 14th of June. Now the lights are out, and it is allez, 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 go, 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 go with United here. Immediately with a goal-scoring opportunity, Malikos round the keeper, sets himself, waits for support, and here it comes, and he can't convert there, Fluxo.
Loco Forestier hitting that one wide, and it was teed up for him very nicely on the edge of the box. So we've got the two players that we highlighted earlier in the game. No, but it's not Rebronja, it's Noah.
Now, Dresden, whoa, I'm surprised he didn't have a go then. In fact, he's disappointed. Maybe that's a little bit of the...
You know, he's not actually scored in the tournament. He scored that shootout where he looked very comfortable, but he's not actually scored. He's one of the few goalkeepers who have yet to score a goal in this Kings World Cup, because Forestier, for example, has one to his name.
He has. Loco Forestier, who's in support here, and he may get the opening goal. He does get the opening goal. United have the upper hand just before the end of the first minute. It's that man again, Florian Forestier, firing it in for United. And Futbolistas Locos have to head back here as we now go to a 3v3 situation.
Florence of the Forest scoring the first goal for United. But this will not phase Futbolistas Locos. They've been here before.
I phased you.
Ooh,
Just listen,
He was phased with that
yeah,
cross.
he was a little bit concerned about this start from Footballistas Locos. A little bit tense. I think maybe now they are starting to realise, you know, the magnitude of what they could achieve. Maybe
Before it was a bit of come
Yeah.
here, have some fun, play a couple of games, see what happens. But
Yeah.
you're starting to win them. You're starting to get a taste for victory and how good it feels, especially how they're winning the games. And well, they want more. They want to stay here for a little bit longer.
Now back with Locos. Touré. Oh, well picked out. That's more like it. Was Kurmali for FLC. Malikos again, looking for a second. Good save from Dressen, who's got his family here inside the venue, and he goes for it. Oh, wow, that would have made his wife and children very happy
Yes.
indeed. And of course, our German casters to the left. We've got Tyler in the house, and we've got Jürgen alongside him,
Injured today.
who's actually picked up an injury in the build-up to this game. He was having a kickabout,
So
wasn't
no
he?
jokes about him sitting down today
No,
in the chair.
no, that is
Absolutely necessary and I was going to say well-deserved, but
no, well deserved.
not deserved
No,
after
not
an injury,
deserved,
but
no.
necessary.
Oh,
what a
that was
save.
a great save. Just going the wrong way, just stuck out a glove. Maybe his family here.
There's another
will
goalkeeper,
give that
Dressen,
great
who
inspiration.
When we've been talking about Montero and Camilo, we've kind of left him off, and he's some goalkeeper, Dressen.
He is, and as we saw that character in that shootout against
Absolutely.
Auto Mostales. He saved on the decisive
On
one.
Segovia, who then
Segovia.
missed his.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he saved it off Segovia
Yeah.
and scored past him.
So full marks to Dressen. Of course, he had a great performance against UC, in the previous game, in their second fixture after losing their first, as the French side looked to make it 2 here. Here's Sanot. Clement Goguet. We expect to be on great form.
the nutmeg.
Here we go! Touré! Too good! And Touré making it 2-0 to United.
Today the lads. What a goal. The nutmeg comes up, look at that. Tried to close his legs, not quickly enough from Dak. And then he fires it into the top corner. Wonderful goal from Abdrahmane Touré. 2-0 to United. And they're looking just as good as we remember them. We haven't seen them play for a little bit, because of course they won the first 2, so they didn't have to play an extra fixture like some of the teams that went to the last chance. So we've not seen them in a bit, United. Sometimes you worry, were they as good as I remember? Oh, blatantly they are.
Well, so far, exactly. They are cementing their reputation, aren't they, Bruno, as a free scoring side. As the shot comes in, there's question marks over Scaramozzino in terms of his fitness, still struggling with a back injury. As you may have caught an eye of their mascot, the Pirate, and it's one of many sort of pirates, shall we say, involved in this edition, because Real Marza, didn't they? They had sort of piratey kind of slash ninja kind of crest. So Pirates seem to be very popular, let's put it that way, in the Kings League World Cup Clubs 2025, as Sanot looks to carry it forward here. There's a player
Kingsley's
down.
hurt. Yeah, he's down. I don't know if he went down on his own. It's Kingsley Helmut.
And that is his real name.
Calma!
No, we're big fans of helmets here, but this is actually a helmet. Cool name though, Kingsley Helmet. It's a nice little mix there.
Very cool.
Again, as you say, in England, maybe it'd be called Kevin Helmet, which would
Not
work
the
as well, would it?
same, not the same.
Not the case, so that's what happened. I thought that maybe it was on his own, but it appears to be after coming together, or maybe a trod on his toes.
For the contact off the ball. There is the Footballistas Locos coach. Okay, to get back underway, then United in a very good position here.
Can you imagine trying to be angry? Simon Sefrings there was angry, looking across to talk to the linesman, and he had a pirate dancing in his face. It was pretty hard to keep a straight face.
It is, and that is also what the Kings League is about as well, isn't it? These moments of entertainment, which we...
That's a foul, isn't it?
No, I'm surprised. I would have given it. My instinct would have been to give the free kick, give the foul. Yeah, just going in there. Yeah, clearly it was very late. Also want to have a quick chat shortly, you and I, Bruno, about some of the new additions to the FLC side as that's cut back. So they look to back here, look to hit back. It's Handanovic shaping up to shoot. That's was a nice idea. They've won it back. Good strength, has options. Oh, it's possession changing hands quickly. And it does go out on that far side. They've got Koray Dag and also Benedict Ort. So they've come into the side for FLC. Just pass it around.
Mixed bag, hasn't it? The later arrivals in terms of the impact they've had on teams.
Yeah, was it Loyo Dice, wasn't it?
Loyo Dice struggled.
Yeah.
Struggled to he finished okay, but he struggled to come to terms and adapt to the tempo.
Alvarado did well, though.
Alvarado did very well, exactly.
Here he is looking for another one. Oh, very nearly. As the ball comes spiralling off Dressen and towards us in the corner, our commentary gantry, and they'll settle for, I think they are looking for a corner, but it may be a throw in. We'll find out. It's going to be a corner. It's going to be a corner. And Clement Goguet to take. Just floated in. There's the header, and we've spoken about it. We rarely see that, do we? A corner right into the mix there. As the Pirate is flawed.
Just Diliberto unmarked, which is worrying for Footballistas Locos. Surprising that you let player unmarked in seven-a-side football, such a small space. But he was completely unmarked and could have scored that header.
We don't see too many of them, do we, in the Kings League?
It's nice to see when we see them. We saw, who did we see score a nice header the other day? Hoos, I think.
Yeah, great elevation. Great elevation. Great elevation from him, and just is not going to be caught off his line from there. We'll get going again. Footballistas Locos. Necessarily say the wind taken out of their sails here, arrived with so much enthusiasm, but United have been brilliant so far. Impeccable. They fully deserve their 2-goal cushion. Can Footballistas Locos though show that spirit we saw in their second and third game? And why are they quickly looking to, for many, the fan favourites, for the neutrals anyway. Looking at what Porcinos Xbuyer team, Dendele against DMG, and obviously the final game for FURIA against KARASU.
Oh,
nice turn of pace, isn't it? Very nice turn of pace.
Well, Malikos got back up quickly. I felt like maybe he'd been caught. Perhaps he knew that there hadn't been real contact. He got up quickly, did Malikos. It's a strange one, isn't it, for a German side to be a fan's favourite or a neutral's favourite. But look, let's be honest. Generally German teams, because they've been so successful.
Yeah.
People don't want to see successful teams win. But in this competition, because the Kings League Germany is perhaps one of the newest, they have turned into sort of a fan's favourite, one of those outsiders that people enjoy.
Now on the turn here, it's a good stop. And Handanovic denied, and then the arm goes up. No, you're right, and also in terms of maybe the style of football, it's not been safe, that sort of Brazilian style.
No, but the way they've got through, it's just...
Yeah.
You can sort of relate to it, can't you? Sort of digging in and finding a way to get through and winning a penalty shootout, the emotion and the excitement, and it's contagious, isn't it?
Everyone loves an underdog.
Absolutely.
Everybody loves an underdog, and FLC certainly are that. If they are to have another and cause another upset, should I say, then they have to start getting more shots on goal. Getting more opportunities, getting on the ball. It's just booted up for. They've seen a little bit more of the ball, it has to be said. United have been clinical with their chances. They've been clinical with their chances. They'll be dressing again just to get things going. Mind the 14th of June this Saturday, the final. Get your tickets. Also going to be an exhibition game, France against the rest of the world, as well as a performance, a live performance from Kims. And of course the final, and we'll see whether Porcinos can defend their crown, or whether someone, maybe United, can wrestle it away from the team with the club crest with the pig. Which, to quote the Footballistas Locos president, when he said, "Oh, who do you want to avoid? Who do you want to make sure you don't face in this company?" He said, "Oh, the team with the pig, the club crest with the pig, and thankfully I knew my stuff, and I said right away.
Of course he knew your stuff.
Porcino. Oh, well, listen.
You're going to get caught offside now, are you?
Well, maybe live, the nerves, the spotlight.
You're one of those that doesn't get into a haze too easily.
Oh, a few times I do mispronounce a lot of my worms, but but often, say, an amateur will upstage a professional. That's Chichi, who's again got his family members here just to, all right, they've made the trip following him as the shot comes in again, too quick, so quick, it almost caught you and I out, and the cameraman. Now here is one of those new additions, it's Orta. Just goes with the cutback. Still, back with Ort, just floated in. United just looked very, very comfortable.
Thought he was going to have his pocket picked there, Sano. The referee had blown his whistle. It looked like he was taking a long time to ponder on what to do with the ball. But a good start from United. Very good, 2-0 up and looking quite comfortable.
Very comfortable.
But as we said, Futbolistas Locos will not be flustered there. This is a situation they've been in before in this tournament, and they've never really let themselves go, kept in there, being competitive. So I'm sure that they will not make this an easy ride for United.
That was Ort, Bruno with the foul, left back, Munich native, on April 22nd, 1999. 1.85 meters tall.
Oh, wow, very
ambidextrous.
Very specific.
Adept on both defensive flanks. He actually came through the...
toast for breakfast.
I think with... no, I'm not sure. I think it's more he prefers a croissant. He rose through the youth academy at Unterhaching before signing with Buchbach and competing in Germany's Regionalliga. But in the 4th tier, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's the 4th tier. I best ask Tyler and Andreas shortly. So it comes with a good pedigree, let's put it that way. And he offers, I would say, defensive solidity, stamina, positional versatility.
Is that just off the top of your head?
I'm just riffing.
Thinking, yeah.
I'm just riffing, yeah. So spontaneous. And I would say without much experience in terms of the small field experience, his consistency and ambidexterity are assets.
Wow, you have been scouting.
Organising the backline.
Good job.
Well, I said, at times I felt I had to step it up, mate, to really deliver.
So we've been watching Regional Liga games to prep?
Well, I've been trying to actually get some work with Regional Liga and company.
Oh, yeah, given the rates.
Yeah, so it's more that, to be honest.
Given the rates, we're here, we're open.
So
DMs are open.
Bruno Bergarecce and Thomas Lawrence. As for Koray Dag, haven't seen too much of him, the centre forward, born in Ham.
How tall is he?
1.82.
Oh, that's a bit smaller.
Meters tall. Natural left footer. Actually came through the youth systems at Dortmund, you know.
Oh, wow.
VfL Bochum and SC Paderborn.
Oh, good teams.
Actually had a professional debut in SC Verl, in Germany's 3rd tier. Moved to Turkspor Dortmund in 2023.
Hang on.
This could be another goal, and it's blocked by Dag's new team. And here he is again, that man, Therese, having a blinder! And that comes spinning off the crossbar. We'll have to continue our in-depth analysis of Dag in a moment, because Touré means business, doesn't he? Look at that.
I'm interested to know what you think he can bring to the party.
Well, lots of things.
In reduced small format.
Yeah, a lot of things. Also because he's actually a medical assistant off the pitch as the corner comes in. Yeah,
oh, so you can have a look at
Julian's
Klaus.
Yeah. Or was it Klaus? I beg your pardon. So he can actually help our fellow colleague. So it's very impressive. So he's not just very good on the pitch, off the pitch. He's knows all about injuries and recovery. See, bit of a spell in Turkey, you know, as well, in the 2nd tier. He's widely travelled 3 times for Turkey's under-19s. He's obviously got German-Turkish citizenship.
As many citizens nowadays in Germany.
If I had to sum him up, I would say he brings forward flexibility, international youth experience, proven performances smaller field leagues like Oberliga and Regionalliga, and his off-pitch dedication is a plus.
And once again, loving being alongside Cilla Black.
Surprise, surprise. Oh, Kings League, I like that, I like that. That was a Cilla Black impression. The late Cilla Black, we're big fans of course.
She was brilliant.
Our childhood was filled with memories of Cilla Black, that's for sure, on blind date. Now, he tries to go for goal there. There was in support. Saturday nights with Cilla Blacks and blind date, generation game. That's what it was all
Gladiators.
about. Stars in their eyes.
Stars in their eyes.
You didn't really weren't a big fan of that.
No, yeah, but you know, it was on.
Yeah. Gladiator, no, that was a great show.
No range, no range.
In comes the corner. Swung in, plenty of options. Comes to Koge. That would have been brilliant. Nice. That would have been, as we say, Scholes-esque. Yeah. Would have been Scholes-esque. That had he fired it in. Bergarecce-esque for me. Shades of Bergarecce 10 years ago.
I'll take that.
On the turn. So that's a little bit about those new additions.
I'll ask you about the new additions to the next game as well.
Oh, please do.
Stop,
please
stop,
do.
stop.
Please do, mate. You'll see my diplomacy come to play in terms of diverting and directing the conversation elsewhere.
You'll play a forward defensive as you come with your cricket trousers today.
Listen, one tries to make an effort, come a bit smarter, and he's ridiculed and he's labelled all on me. Yeah, I'm sporting a lot smarter trousers today. The all-white.
You've had a good innings today before heading into the office. It's coming as cricket, bowls, could be golf as well, trousers.
Well, as I say, I wanted to try and make a little bit more of an effort today with the clothing and not the usual tracky bees, but unfortunately I've been ridiculed for it, but hey, it comes with the territory. Take a risk, and you know that can happen. You can't always get it right. You can't always, like Dave Brent when he started wearing the earring and then the leather jacket and the shoes. They're going to get the shoes now, are they? Some people are. Now we do have the JD roll of the dice hit, and we've got the Porcinos president in the house. Our good friend Ibai. The roll of the dice here. We want to thank JD, our official partner. Get downloading the official app on the website. You can get only exclusive at JD Sports products there. So check it out. And also, don't forget their Instagram channel as well for great merch. All about the merch. It's a very quick turnaround, of course, in these final 2 minutes, but we will, I promise you, we'll let you listen in at half-time. Listening to what's being said by the two coaches at the break. Now get back underway then, this 2v2 situation here. Expect the goals to flow. Goals do flow in these final 2 minutes of play. Now Malikos is trying to keep his opponent at bay, and here he goes. This is going to be the first. He's overhit it there. He'll be disappointed. Yeah, number 9, Koraidag, the man I was chatting about with his forward flexibility, his ability on small field experience.
Bounce back ability.
Bounce back ability, into how we like it. Now, here is Malikos, never in doubt. Malikos, and I love the celebration as well. Don't know what's better, the finish or the celebration there from Malikos, who makes it un deux trois for United, and Footballista Locos is still nul point for them. As things stand, they are getting the flight home. I'm not sure if they're going to go for Air Germany or Lufthansa, or maybe Air France or Ryanair. We'll try and ask our friend Julian in a moment. Tribone just passes out there. Oh, he tried to introduce himself to his new supporters. Ort in the best way possible.
Mifsud in goal now, and also pulling off the saves, much like Locos Forestier.
Good pronunciation.
A good team. Yeah, it wasn't very French, was it?
It was very good.
Good team
There it
effort
is.
from United so far.
Very good. Of course, they have to be careful not to get caught in possession. They've got 2 outfield players. There'll be an open goal. Ort is in support. Unless he goes all the way here, he goes on his own. Rebronya, who says been nicknamed Rebronya James after the NBA star. And again, here goes Ort, and it's wide of the post. They've had the chances, haven't they, there? Tyler, our German caster, and Helmut, very irate, I would say.
Yeah.
With the
And also Chichi's family member who looked over here. He does tend to look over after a chance to assess what we make of it as well. And he was thinking, oh, how has he missed that? And the chances for Footballistas Locos to get back into the game, if they didn't score in the initial escalada and they haven't scored in this reduced format, then it's going to be very difficult to reduce a 3-goal deficit in the second half for them.
Let's listen in.
Männer, zwei Sachen. Defensiv, wir müssen 1 auf 1 gehen. Geht mit.
Ok les gars, avec calme, sérénité et cerveau. Ok? Allez!
Hallo, alle, komm. Fett.
Well, a bit of theatrics from the Pirates during the half-time interval. He was trying to do a headstand, which didn't quite come off.
His name is
what's his name?
Skira le Pirate.
That's it.
Skira le Pirate.
Yeah, he wasn't...
Which I believe is Skira the Pirate.
Sounds like it. It wasn't great. No, it wasn't great at doing the handstand, but providing the entertainment, the entertainer at half-time.
Oh yes, I'm the great entertainer. Oh, it's Pretender. Got that wrong as well. Now United looking to make a storming start as a secret card has already been played by FLC, and they need that, don't they? They need a lifeline right now. They need something unless they can get a goal.
Oh, another card.
Another one.
It's all kicking off in here.
It's all kicking off. Always Corbett. Always United. Now, Malikos.
Oh, he scuffed it.
Very nearly. And now FLC can come forward on the break, Bruno. They've got options left, right, and centre. Kurmali. Still.
There's Chichi playing in front of his family again.
And again, we can see every time his family member's on the ball.
Might have a little look over, don't you?
Yeah, I like to have a
See
little
how
look.
he reacts.
Yeah, it's the reaction I like. Talk about live reaction. That would be a good live reaction to have. There he is. Great tag. Swung in!
What
Oh,
a
that was a
ball.
great ball. That was teasing into the box. Fizzed in. Oh, we get that decisive touch.
That was that youthful international experience he was bringing to the table there, Dag.
Handful of caps at under 19 level.
Nah, but it was. In all seriousness, a very nice cross from Dag.
Here we go. Star player for Footballistas Locos. Will it be Dag? We'll find out who they want to put that green armband on. And we'll also find out very soon the secret card for United. And they have drawn. There's Skira there. That is actually Yassine Skira, the injured player. In the
lifting up the mask every now and again to get a bit of fresh air.
Oh, it's very hot, and I don't know how he does it. Well, I hope he does it just for the game, and he doesn't walk around all evening with that on, unless contractually he has to. So, Rebronya is their top man, their star man. We'll see what United have got.
Could be a suspension where they take him out.
Joker.
Joker. Oh, that's a kick in the teeth for Footballistas.
Star player.
Schau mal, wer nicht mehr kann,
They're going to wipe out their cards.
They're taking this.
Suspension.
Well, the French have gone for different routes this week.
Panama Allstars.
They did it the other day as well, yeah. They're trying to sort of rewrite the way you play the game. I still think a joker should always be a penalty.
Do you remember Marash tried it as well and it didn't really work out for them?
Marvin Emmanuel. Oh les gars, je suis pas un Mongolien.
I think that hand gesture is clearly saying we're switching, taking the star player.
Yeah. Going to wipe out that.
But what it does mean is that
wipe out that card basically.
it means that the other team, it means that the other team doesn't have a card.
There we go, and he's only just put that armband on, and that's the beauty, isn't it, of the Joker card. You can basically steal your opposition's card, can't you? So you just wipe it out.
No, Joker.
Yeah, they've explained to Ronja, who's looks a little bit gutted.
It's amazing, isn't that Joker card? You steal the opposition cards, and that's the beauty of the cards.
But he can't complain because it's the rules.
Yeah.
Rules are written in the Kings League.
With extra info regarding United from our French staff behind the scenes, Artur in particular, obviously rooting for the French teams, as you expect, in these it's a star tournament. Only 1 goal conceded. It was against Boomers in the 7th minute of the game. United's in the 7v7 phase.
So they've only conceded once in 7v7.
Yeah, against Boomers, and that was in the 7th minute, and they also conceded only 1 goal after half-time.
But in-depth stats, those.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you to Artur, really. I cannot claim credit for much of this, but I've been told I'm a very good newsreader, so if I ever needed to work as a newscaster, newsreader, the shot comes in, and it's a beautiful goal from Futbolistas Locos. They've had their secret card wiped out, and Rebronia, that goal from him would have been worth double only a few minutes ago. Unfortunately for him, it's only worth the 1, but they've got their way back into the match.
So I guess it's not a bad card to have used by United in that sense. They've avoided the fact that Rebronja's goal would have been worth double. Another goal for Rebronja in the tournament. I don't know if he's on 6 on 5. I've got a little... I know sometimes goals get ruled out, so I've got in my notes. I don't know if I've sort of etched one of them out. So it's either 6 or 5 from Rebronja. We'll work hard behind the scenes to try and confirm what he's on.
Ask and you will get, and we'll see whether United can get another goal. Very nearly do. We'll get that confirmation shortly. You guys at home as well. Any questions? Any queries?
Panorama.
Any topics you want us to talk about? Anything, whatever it may be. We are here to chat away and talk away, keep the show going, and the show on the road right the way through till gone 11 p.m. tonight. It's chipped in, just a glancing header there now. Malikos, who's now got that star player status. Different approach, as we're saying, by the French in this competition. Nice touch. Still Malikos. Oh, very nearly a wonderful goal.
Kingsley helmet. Oh, Dag, he's looked good.
He has. That's why we were intent on having an in-depth analysis.
Point
now
included.
Malikos. Still there.
Oh. Well, the game's starting to sort of be end-to-end. There are gaps appearing. This is where Futbolistas Locos thrive, so...
Yeah, they're finally settled, shall we say,
They find a way back. But when there's chaos, that's when the Phoenix rises. The Futbolistas Locos Phoenix rises from the ashes, so do not rule them out in this game.
This is from the Cupra Arena turf as the ball is curled in. It's a good ball. Still FLC looking for goal number 2. Keep up the pressure, they'll keep United pinned back deep in their own half here. Ort's throw. Well down, good control. One of our faves in the side as he swings it in there. Last touch cleared in. I think he might have even hit the pirate. He went
almost
crashing off the ship, well off the ship, as you were saying. 6
it is.
Goal for Rebronja's. 2 off Rossius in the competition with GSN. There's another pirate, isn't there? And in terms of that press, and Lafazol, of course, he is out with the Boomers, one of our favourite players. So
he's still up there in that top 5. We were saying, how long will it take for him to drop out of the top 5? Well, he's still there one day later.
Shows the impact he had. He played with half a shoulder, didn't he? Just one
Was it
shoulder.
yesterday? No, he was
2
knocked
days
out a couple of
ago,
days ago, yeah. So it's been 2
ago.
days now that he hasn't played. He's still in that top 5.
And we miss him. We miss him. We miss him. It's just not the same without him. And those flashes of brilliance, those Ronaldo-esque moves from Simone Lofaso. Brilliant player. Now, United a little bit under the pressure then after conceding that goal, unless United can hit back right away. Malikos switching the play. And then in simple for Jambra, who's under pressure though. Has to be careful. And he has dealt with, well, that was not easy. With a lot of pressure
He's
there.
played a good pass as well.
Castello through.
That one was a bit more predictable.
Nice play all round. Good battle out there on the pitch. Keep an eye on Malikos on this near side. It just comes out on that far side. We spoke about it, didn't we? Whether it be an advantage or disadvantage, having an extra period of rest before going into the round of 16. Didn't help FC Zeta against Girasetta. So it helps United. So far it is helping the French side as they lose out there. Louison loses out. FLC again need to be a bit better in that final third with that final ball there. The decision making in the final third of the pitch. There is Louison, number 9 with that all-white jersey. And you can get that all-white jersey and plenty more from KingsLeague.pro.
One of the nice kits, I think, United.
It's got like
very
kind of
France away. Yeah, the
pinstripes.
pinstripes. Pinstripes are nice minor detail.
Like the Yankees.
Oh, yes. I like baseball strips. I'd never say strips, I would say kits. But
they say uniforms, don't they?
Uniforms, that's it.
I would never use
I like
that.
them though, they're very nice.
Yeah, awesome, aren't they?
The caps and even the helmets are quite nice.
Now,
Not to be confused with Helmet the Caster.
And not to be confused with Kingsley helmet. Now, I'm a big fan of the Mets. I like the Mets jersey.
Really?
The blue with the orange. It's the New York Mets. That's my favourite strip. Big admirer of the New York Mets. And you're more of a Yankees man, aren't you? New York Yankees, or are you more of a...
I like the Boston Red Sox.
Wow. Wow, that's a good one.
For no reason.
That's a good one.
And the San Diego Padres, I think it's a cool name.
Yeah, that's a cool name. I like the White Sox, Chicago White Sox. That's a cool kit as well. My brother's a big Cubs fan. Chicago Cubs. Made famous by the film Uncle Buck when they wore the Cubs jersey.
And the breakup.
And the breakup.
Vince Vaughn supports the Cubs.
There you go. I knew you were going to... Every day.
I mean, I know that film inside out.
In every commentary, Bruno's able to get a reference to the breakup. And we'll see who'll be breaking up here as we go towards the almost half-hour mark in this fixture. He's a fantastic actor. Now Malikos. Malikos just tried the toe poke, didn't he?
Yeah, surprised dressing a little bit in the near post. I don't think he was expecting it by the way that he saved it. Oh, Kingsley.
Yeah, and you can see the reaction, couldn't you, in the presidential booth there? They were not happy with Kingsley. They'll see that's squandering possession.
Because he went on his left foot as well, which isn't his stronger foot, so
yeah,
it was always difficult to score from that kind of distance on the left.
Yesterday we had PK, didn't we?
We did. El Prezi.
Well, the VIP seats. We also had a looky-like as well. I confused. Well, he had the same cap. Apart from that, there was no resemblance, but he was wearing the same cap. And
depends what we'd understand by lookalike.
Yeah, true. It's good to see the Presidente at the Cupra Arena, of course, there's no doubt. We'll see him more over the coming days as we get closer to the big day, 14th of June. It's so simple for Daniel Dressen. Rolls it out there. FLC then. Certainly looking far more confident, but will it be too little too late? Have they woken up too late? Maybe they're in hibernation for the first half, or maybe the alarms hadn't gone off. Maybe they've just woken up, I don't know, but now they certainly are alive and kicking, and we're live and kicking from the Cupra Arena. We can get your tickets still for the final few days here, and then we'll move across to Paris, the Défense Arena on the 14th of June. For the big one, for the final. So Dag just plays it in simple. Wasn't a dagger to the heart, far from it.
Oh, what a burst of pace.
This is promising. Malikos! The star player A goal worth double, Bruno. And now it is sunk for United. They did well, didn't they, to steal that card from Futbolistas Locos. And just like that, when we were talking about Futbolistas Locos getting back into the game, United open up a big, big cushion.
Might be the end of the dream. I saw a couple of looks on faces of family members almost saying, yeah, I think that's it, guys. It's been fun. Look, it's been a hell of a run. They've brought so much to the competition, Futbolistas Locos, but they've been very unlucky here with the cards as well. The Joker has taken that star player away from them, Rebronja, who scored, and then the other side have scored with their star player. So everything needs to go your way in the Kings World Cup if you want to win it. That's why it's such a difficult competition to win. And today, Futbolistas Locos, those little details just haven't fallen for them.
Yeah, in all seriousness, there's a yellow card now as Flash.
Another detail.
No.
And it's Rebronja has been one of their star players of this experience, their adventure. Who's
Changing.
shown that yellow card then. And with that only makes matters a lot more complicated, doesn't it, for Futbolistas Locos? But I'm sure, Bruno, if we have the privilege to be working together in a year's time in another Kings World Cup clubs, and I know the Gatos del Caribe president said he'd love to see us again in the near future. We had a chat with him, and we'll talk about that shortly in a moment. It was great to have a chat with him pitch side, and we'll continue that in a moment as the free kick comes in. We'll be talking about Futbolistas Locos even a year on, saying, do you remember last year there was FLC, one of the surprises of the tournament?
Look, there have been a lot of teams in this tournament, and some of them that maybe you can't really remember too much about them as they lost a while ago, but there are others that have left their imprint on the tournament, and Futbolistas Locos definitely have provided a lot of excitement, and they've brought a lot to the party.
They have, and just confirms what we're saying about just the Caribe president, Will and Vincent. They're great guys. They're really nice guys.
I've always said they're great guys just from watching them, but actually knowing them.
Yeah, their
now
body
that we
language.
got to meet them, oh, great guys.
Oh, they were really happy to obviously chat about the Kings League, chat about commentaries, and they were very complimentary of you, Bruno, for the work you've been doing. Other both of us. I know. I just
don't be too humble.
I know,
don't be
you're
too
right.
English.
Yeah, it's true. In fact, our good friend Otto, alongside Tyler Lunchwood, says at times you're too British, doesn't he? And I say, you're right. I'll try and be a bit more international.
You can take the dog out of the fight, but you can't take the fight out of the dog. This man has been in Italy for a long time, but he's still at heart.
Yeah. Is that a Spanish expression?
No, that's English.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No, it was very good. It was very good. I liked it. It's true. It's true.
Well, so you can take the kid out of the fight, isn't it? We can't take the fight out of the kid.
Yeah, but
I thought I'd use dog for you. I don't know.
It's fine. It's these trousers, isn't it? I've been relegated down the pecking order. Talking of dogs, the underdogs are currently going out. They are 4 goals down as we into these closing stages here. But as we said, though, it has been a brilliant experience for them. They've flown the flag for Germany. Just one step too far against this United side who getting the job done, but they're also doing it in an impressive manner, aren't they, Bruno? Unlike, say, Los Troncos, who are winning, but without impressing, as this could be another one, and that's a good save from Tressen Sano tonight.
Yeah, Tressen saw where he was going to shoot there. You can see here another one of the benefits of being pitch side. You can see just how he took a couple of steps to the side before anticipating the shot. There you go, down to the right. Another good performance from Tressen, despite having conceded 4, not 5. No, 1, 2, 3. It'll be
well. It's 4 they've conceded.
No, yeah.
But
I was trying to do the maths.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's not exactly. It's not 5 goals that he has conceded.
No, you're right. Yeah.
But he's played well again today, Tressen.
So on the volley, and Tressen does well. Just gets really behind the ball. That was not easy. Could have misread the bounce, couldn't it? That all pink keeping kit. I mean, it's not Palermo. I've actually seen someone arrive with a pink jersey, and we spoke about American sports baseball, so lots of basketball jerseys.
Yeah.
So I've seen a LA Lakers one, yeah.
Miami Heat, Dwayne Wade over here.
That's it, Miami Heat. So a lot of international.
Here come the drummers.
Here come the drummers. Here they come.
You haven't given them daggers this time to send them down the other end.
No, I'm waving at them because there's lots of them, and they could easily outnumber me and make life difficult for me. So I'm delighted to see the drummers.
Tell you what, you could join them with your trousers.
Well, I haven't got the T-shirt though, mate. And I've got a bit of an injury, so I won't be able to bang those drums. Carrying a few knocks, mate. with these tracks. I'm going to go home. I'm going to bin these. Listen, you try something different. You try Brent with the leather jacket and the earring and those boots and the high with the high heel. You can still find them. You can still find them with the high heel. Nowhere to look. And you get ridiculed. But you try. But no, I would look more in comfortable, shall we say, out on the cricket pitch with these all whites, or at Wimbledon. You know, the referees, the umpires, and the all
umpire.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. But the shoes are nice, though. The shoes are very nice. They remind me a bit of the ones the great Freddie Mercury wore at Live Aid, the Adidas that he would wear at Live Aid. Now here he goes again. This could be brilliant.
Oh, that was wonderful.
Wow, Raheem, look at that. That was Raheem Sterling-esque, wasn't it, with that dribbling. See, he's powered his way through the middle. They're slicing his way through the Footballistas Locos rear guards. So we're about to take this, United. They've called, if I'm not mistaken, or is it
it's Footballistas.
Yeah, they've called their presidential penalty, just to give them a way back into the game here.
2 late penalties for both of the presidents who are here.
Yep. Here comes the stride, that is.
Wow, look.
Magnifique.
It was very sort of Tony Cross, almost effortless from Clément Gogouy. We did say on the first day how much we enjoyed watching him play. Very classy, traditional midfielder, Mediterranean vibes to him, isn't he? He came through the Academy Olympique Marseille. He's got that style, that vavoom about him.
I like it.
It's very Cross-esque, the way he just passes that ball into the bottom corner. Wonderful goal. And just the celebration so blasé, like,
So good. It was magnifique. We'll see whether this is going to be, well, wunderbar from Chef Strobel, because he's a very good chef. His name's Strobel.
Isn't there pudding? Something Strobel? No?
Is that
Apple Strobel? No.
Strudel,
isn't it?
That's strudel. So that was sweet.
That'll be a good clip as well, won't it, of that goal?
That's how it's actually been taken. Is it Strobel? No, it's Strudel. Oh, by the way, the guy has scored. And that was, though, a strike sweet as Strudel for Chef Strobel. It is scored there. Kuba just tries to lift his teammates. Listen, we've said it's pretty much over. It was probably with that 5th goal, and especially with the 6th, but at least they can try and make the scoreline look more respectable, can't they? That's for sure. And here comes the Président. It's not Macron. It's not Sarkozy. It's not Jacques Chirac. We've got Squeezy, who's never shot a penalty.
Oh, this will be something new. You know, he's the 2nd most followed person on YouTube in France. He's a big online presence here.
Can he squeeze it home, Squeezy?
Can he squeeze it?
Is it easy, Squeezy? We'll find out. Here goes Squeezy. He's one of the biggest streamers, as you said, in France. Will he get one of the biggest cheers of the day?
Oh,
he will.
I think he sliced that a little bit. I'm not sure that's exactly where he wanted it to go, but top corner, so easy peasy lemon squeezy. As they said, on what film was that one? Saying difficult, lemon difficult.
And look at that. Now this is also what the Kings League is all about. Moments like this. They are surrounding Squeezy, who's being squeezed and hugged by his teammates there. Look at that.
That's a very good shot.
Yeah, I don't know.
He looks a little bit surprised.
I don't know exactly. I don't know how much he really expected from that, whether he was expecting to score it. But that's beautiful. That's the team spirit from United, who've got another big win, and our German casters are down and out. It's not been their day, but we again say well done to Tyler and his good friend there, Michael, for their run to this stage of the competition, and you can still get their jerseys online.
And they've had moments that they will never forget. The way that they celebrated with the players, that dag header, but the way that they celebrated with the players, we've not seen that with any team. That camaraderie and communion between a team and their national castles, like we have seen with Futbolistas Locos and the Germans to our left. It was great to see them celebrating it, coming over here, the togetherness, and I'm sure that both Otmar and Tyler will never forget the moments that they've lived here at the Cooper Arena.
Yeah, you're right, definitely. Tyler and Joep will be very, very impressed and very happy with the way things have gone. Their experience, they didn't expect FLC to even get beyond the first 2 games, did they?
No.
In fact, they were saying how GT and Era Colonia were
the strongest sides,
better equipped. And here they come, looking to make the scoreline look more respectable. In fact, they have to now get back and make sure it doesn't turn into a rout here. And with that, you can see the situation.
Yeah, Malikos is up there on 6 as well.
And of course, he's still going to be in the competition, so it could be a real threat to Lofazo.
Rossi's still in there as well, on 8. So he could be the golden boot this year. More wide open without Kelvin Oliveira, who ran away with it.
Now on the volley! And again, is there time? There is no time. Little pause, a little break for both these sides. Chance for, I think, for United coach would just say, just keep it going. Nothing fancy. Don't try and overdo it as for FLC. They're just trying to say, guys, let's try and get one more goal, make the scoreline look a little bit more respectable, go out with a head held out. And also, guys, as Brian Clough would say, go out there, play with a smile on your faces.
Been a few days out, Brian Clough.
I have. I want to get back. We did a bit of Fergie, didn't we, yesterday? I don't think Ferguson played with a smile on your faces. Not Alex Ferguson, the great Alex Ferguson, Sir Alex.
On s'enflamme et on veut marquer
with
chacun
him.
son but. C'est là que ça va faire la différence pour demain. D'accord? C'est pas parce que ça devient facile parce que vous voulez mériter. C'est vous qui l'avez rendu facile. Mais je veux voir de l'expérience. C'est pas parce qu'on mène de temps.
Kopfbälle, Box in
I
Bewegung.
don't think he speaks
Okay?
much
Das
German.
ist das Einzige. 2 Minuten, alles versuchen offensiv über Flanken. Nichts mehr spielen. Pass da außen, Box.
Ist nur ein Atemspiel. So nah müsst ihr sein.
Letzten 2 Minuten.
The message. So the drums are playing loud and proud to our right here. And it's creating, adding, should I say, to the atmosphere. Already really good atmosphere, always is when one of the French sides are playing here at the Cupra Arena. And we are going to have United and Panama Allstars in the final 8, the quarterfinals of the competition. We're going to be now saying goodbye to Futbolistas Locos, and we now will have no more German sides in the competition. And just been told that the injured Skaraskira is on the pitch, so Scaramozzino, the number 17, who has had a few back problems, but I suppose just wanting getting a little bit of a taste of the action, then looking ahead. And here he is. It's great to see him back on the ball. That number 17 as United just passed it around, and wow, those drums are loud. It's quite hard to think and talk at the same time, and I'm at risk of just saying boom, ba da boom, 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 ba da boom, 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 ba da boom, boom in terms of my mindset right now, in terms of my input and output, because it is very hard to compute. That's nice. That's nice. That's pleasant. That's pleasant. That's pleasant. That's more like it. That was clearly a foul there from Handanovic, which we can use with Sami Handanovic, the on-time Inter-captain. There is a bit of a resemblance to them, but in terms of the surname, anyway.
In terms of the back of the shirt.
Yeah, exactly. Now Dressen, hoping not to concede another one. Hoping just to see the ball go at the other end. It's just chipped in. Oh, wow.
That's nice.
That's brilliant, but the arm goes up. The arm goes up.
It was very nice. It's obviously going to be offside, but still the idea, the concept, how they moved it and how they found the player at the far post was wonderful.
That was brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. And United really looking to go out then and close this game, should I say, with a bang. And as they come forward again, 3 players, your candidates in the United team for MVP. Rebronia, the only one for FLC. And you expect it to be Malikos, will be chatting shortly. We've got Juicy, we've got Dalila and Julia, all pitch sides. just waiting to see which of those three will be chatting away shortly, which player will we assume, and as it's going to be Malikos after that goal, which made it 5, didn't it? It was 3-1. It was a goal worth double. And it was interesting.
It was the killer blow, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the strategy as well, wasn't it? To take FLC's card by using their joker to do that, stealing their card. So it's the French, as you say, rewriting that rule book. And
we've never seen sides going so left field when it comes to decision making with the joker. Before, 9.9 times out of 10 it was a penalty, but now we're starting to see different approaches. I still feel that if it's a semi-final or a final, you're going to be going for a penalty most times.
And there goes the full-time whistle. United 3 from 3. They join their fellow countrymen, Panama Allstars, in the final 8 of the competition. We say Auf Wiedersehen to Futbolistas Locos. Hopefully won't be saying goodbye to Tyler and Hausdietor in the German casters booth. Just to our left, we hope they'll be accompanying us all the way to the final, but the limelight is very much on United and Marvin Emmanuel, aka Malikos, their star player, their MVP. United then marching on. And Futbolistas Locos, the dream ends here. The adventure ends here for the German side. Confirmation, no more German teams left in the competition. Era Colonia G2, and now FLC, who did the best of the 3 German sides. It's too much to take for some. Here, though, it's pure joy for the French side to march on to the quarterfinals. They're going to face one of Bruno KARASU or FURIA, who does, yes, that's going to be an absolute belter.
Could be a derby, or it could be a real mouth-watering clash between FURIA and United, 2 of the favourites of the competition. So we have 2 French sides in the quarterfinals, and it could be 3.
It could be 3, you're right. If KARASU get the better of FURIA. And you can see, look at that moment there, look at that, and Squeezy had a brilliant penalty, didn't he? But talking of brilliant, it's all about Malikos.
Yes, here we go with our MVP. Welcome back to the Kings League from Dalila. So you won again. You are the MVP. Your team is getting through the competition. So at this point, how do you feeling and what are the thoughts of your president and team?
Franchement, c'est une bonne victoire pour l'équipe. On avait beaucoup de temps pour récupérer et aborder du mieux possible ce 8e de finale. Donc là, on passe en quart, on est content, c'est une victoire d'équipe. Ce MVP-là, c'est pour l'équipe, donc voilà.
Thank you. So you can sign the shirt here in the exactly. Here there is the space where you have to sign exactly. So we can say that union of your president is actually working. Your team is really amazing and did really a great job. Thank you. Enjoy the winning with your fans and your team. Thanks so much. So guys, of course you can purchase the jersey of our MVP on Bazaar. We open the sales in more than 20 countries. So see you there.
So we have a Spanish derby next up in the last 16, a repeat of the semi-finals in Monterrey just a year ago, almost a year to the day that these two sides squared off in that wonderful stadium, the Rayado Stadium, towards the north of Mexico in Monterrey. We've got Marpelaf and Fuad El Amraniz, our two star players in both sides. Fuad has been particularly impressive in this competition so far. And Porcinos, well, they don't have the star power that they had 1 year ago, but they've cut through this tournament so far relatively comfortably up to the last 16 stage.
Yep, now that they will be tested, this is a different kettle of fish, isn't it, for Porcinos against the Xbuyer team. And of course they've faced off before these sides. They know each other well. A year ago in that semi-final, as we've been talking about, both in our pre-match show and off air. As soon as we knew, didn't we, Bruno, about this fixture, we've been talking about it pretty much non-stop because the fact that this could promise fireworks, this game. Bit of a rematch, of course, for the Xbuyer team. As for Porcinos, looking to defend their status as the only side unbeaten ever in the Kings World Cup clubs. They have never lost, shall we say, at the Kings World Cup clubs. It's very impressive. But records are there to be broken, and the Xbuyer team will want to become the first ever side to inflict pain on Porcinos and make that pig squeal. Porcinos, the pig.
No, that's right. They've never lost in this competition. You could be champions and still lose a game because you could have gone to the redemption game and then qualified, and this season and this year too. But they won all of their fixtures last year in Mexico, both in Mexico City and Monterrey this year so far as well. They've been comfortable in all of their matchups, but now they take on an Xbuyer team, which has Jacobo, for example, who won the cup, the World Cup with Porcinos last year. So very different looking sides, very different looking lineups from Porcinos and Xbuyer team. No changes in terms of the presidents. That's where the rivalry can maybe be a bit more established, having played each other so many times in the Kings League, in Spain, in different splits, in finals, in quarterfinals, in semis, in the World Cup. So yeah, it's a rivalry like any rivalry that has been brewing over the years in the Kings League. And we'll get to see another edition of Porcinos against Xbuyer team. Rivalry as well, in the sense that Ibai, the president of Porcinos, is a Real Madrid fan, very hardcore Real Madrid fan, and the Bayer brothers for Xbuyer team are hardcore Barca fans, so there is that little added spice as well.
Nice, all added to the pot then. It's a very tasty meal indeed, that's for sure. Very spicy at this rate, so get your water ready, or a bit pint of milk.
Could be a bit of pork, a bit of braised pork, which I would have minded today instead of the salmon, but here we are.
Hey, we were cheated out of our duck, weren't we? But anyway, we'll talk about that later. We were robbed.
Yeah, no duck today, not even on the cricket field. Fuad! That's actually a good thing, isn't it?
This time I'm quite happy to not to go out with a duck, unless you meant, oh, he got a golden duck or a diamond duck. No. And there's another duck, wasn't there? There was a beyond the diamond and the golden. There
was a ruby duck, which I think was first ball of the season.
Yeah. Nobody wants that one.
Not at all. Well, it's Xbuyer team with the first attack, with Fuad, with the man to look out for.
Oh, wow.
Struck that one over the crossbar. That's uncharacteristic for him. Fuad, who's on 4 goals in the tournament. Nobody scored more than 2 for Porcinos so far. Of course, Xbuyer team scored 10 goals twice.
Yep.
So that does help. And a chance now for Porcinos. The empty net, he's missed it.
Should have done better. Should have done better, Bruno.
It's Gil Vidal who's missed the open goal. Down the other end come Xbuyer team. Fuad to Pablo Meguer. Pablo Meguer makes no mistake. Xbuyer team take the lead. It's him again, the number 10. Well, there's Def Taxes and Pablo Meguer playing in the Kings League. No one has made more appearances in the history of the competition. And he opens the scoring.
Yeah, there's very few certainties in life, but one is that Pablo Meguer will come up and deliver the goods when you need him most, and they need him today in this huge fixture.
Now it's Nico Santos. Fuad. Oh, I think he's curled that just about enough. No, just wide from Fuad.
Very, very close from Fouad, showing all his quality. The bottle to go for it, the bravery to go for it.
Gil Vidal slices over the crossbar. Memories there, of course, of Michael Owen.
You got it.
The bravery to throw the apple.
You got it, you got it. I'm glad you latched on there. Just that bravery, that you know, the bottle, just, you know, to do that. And my dad sort of gave me that nod. My mum shouting at me. Just to throw that apple, but I'm talking about 5 meters.
That's how great players are forged.
Yep, so I'm making sure I'm going to be buying lots of apples for my daughter. Quest to become a great athlete. Lots of bins littered around the place as well.
Oh, that shot is blocked again. There's an empty net, but it's good defending from Gerard Bacas.
And had that gone in, it would have been a goal.
Yes, it would, yes.
That was again on the...
Again, it was...
Owen-esque,
Well, there was an Owen video as well that went quite viral of him in the helicopter.
That's right, for Dubai?
Dubai, I think it was. Very unenthusiastic. As Pablo Herrera was thrown goal there with Gerard Bacas. Saved, blocked by the Porcinos goalkeeper. This is Oscar Coy. Pass out wide, Gil Vidal, and he can go for the shot. Not been clinical so far, Gil Vidal. He missed that open goal a minute or so ago. He struck the post.
You know, Bruno, obviously, giving a little bit of a hard time there, obviously, but what a player before those injuries. What a player. Think of 1998.
Oh, Michael Owen.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about Gil Vidal.
Oh, we'll talk about Vidal shortly, but let's go back in time as we just see this passage of play. What can come about from it.
Santos sprinting into the Xbuyer half. Still Santos, and he's denied by Manuel Martin. The ball moving quickly to Victor Oribe. Now Pablo Veguer. Step overs from him, he goes on to his left, well defended, back to Fouad. Over to Oribe, it's off the head of Gil Vidal. Trying to make the challenge, but Gil Vidal comes away with it. Oh, it's a wonderful nutmeg from him. That's actually how Jan got injured today, trying to nutmeg a player. Our fellow caster, that is.
That's it, alongside Tyler. I think we need the Tyler just to help
people understand.
Yeah. No, obviously we wish Yogi a very speedy recovery. Actually, no one to see that. We were very helpful. We've been helping him with his lunch, with his tray, getting him his water, and helping him obviously to do it. And he's heavily bandaged up, but he's not going to give up. He's going to get through the commentary regardless, even though he's suffered what looks to be a real nasty knee injury. So all the best with Joe Chim's recovery.
Yeah, just turning into Santos. Yeah, that's the one I thought that.
Yeah,
could have made his hands are close to his body. So not much more he could have done there.
From that range as well.
Jacobo, former world champion, as we said, with Porcinos last year. Dos Santos. Played back to Bacas. Nadir. Nadir against Fouad. Two of the impressive Moroccans. I know that you're a very big fan of both of them.
Yeah, and in particular the Moroccan national team. I love watching them back in June at the King's World Cup Nations. And they're now sort of the best of enemies, aren't they? Frenemies.
This is Nadir. The thing about Nadir is he's such a technically gifted player, but when you see him close, he's a real big person as well. You don't think that someone that big would be that good on the ball.
Yeah, your modern-day striker, your modern-day forward, isn't he? Combining physique and technical ability.
Pablo Veguer down the other end. Oh, it's just raced away from him. It's back to Bacas. Santos, well, looking to play it out from the back. Nadir with the captain's armband. Brings it forward into the Xbuyer half. It's met by a strong challenge by David Picon. One back by the sided yellow and blue. Yellow and blue. Who plays in yellow and blue? Oh, we talked about this, didn't we?
We spoke a lot about this.
Yeah, well, I said
Verona.
Cádiz and Las Palmas.
This is more Verona-esque than Parma, to be honest. But
yeah, Parma more stripy, aren't they?
Yeah. A Verona-esque, yeah. Verona-esque. We'll go with that. Frosinone, nicknamed the Canaries. Like Norwich, of course.
And like Las Palmas, who play
Las Palmas, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one we with.
I nicknamed the Canaries because they're from the Canary Islands.
There you go.
Makes some sense.
Yeah, not because they used to go down the mine.
No.
Nothing to do with that.
Jaco, that's a wonderful pass back. Again, there were two options in the box. They're able to play that ball across. Xbuyer team are getting bodies into the box. And now they, for example, have the header from Juanma, who is that tall target man in attack for them. And the captain of Xbuyer team.
As you just saw a few moments ago from the fixture list, it's the second of our 4 games today. As we continue our Kings World Cup Clubs coverage live from the Cooper Arena as the shot comes in and palmed away. It's a great strike and an equally good save as well. With the Porcinos then looking to find a way back into the game thanks to Frutos.
Adri Giró with that shot. Now they can run. Mario Rodriguez with the cross and at the far post. Surely, no! It's blocked. Well, I thought Juanma had done everything right there with the cutback. And then we'll get a replay, I'm sure, to see exactly how the Porcinos defender blocked it. Here we go.
Here it is, Bryn. Look at that.
Oh, it's a very quick block from Oscar Coy.
Yeah.
Came out quickly.
Expect him to be decisive at the other end, and he has been, hasn't he, for Porcinos in that second game in particular. But there, just doing what his defensive work. Mind of Barrera's one-match ban. Is the coach.
Yeah, of course, yeah. No, it felt like it was a long time ago, didn't it? That Porcinos red card.
Yeah.
We haven't seen them in action for a while. Yeah, bans do spill over into the next game.
Yeah.
Red cards, that is. So Porcinos, Nadia. Didn't find
misunderstanding
his
there.
teammate, no, with the ball through. That's going to be a throw-in for Xbuyer team. Who've looked not only in the lead, but have looked more threatening, I'd say, than Porcinos with that chance for Juanma. He's had a couple, in fact, and look, here they are on the attack again. Xbuyer team, the pass back to Oribe. The bodies display there for Porcinos, who give away the corners. They try and play it out. Marc Pelaz with the back pass to nobody. So the corner's going to be taken by the taller man on the field of play. That's a strange technique from Xbuyer team.
And after that corner, let's just take a breather from the action. Because Fortnite's new season just dropped.
Well, I think it's the second hottest topic right now. Obviously, the football and the spectacle on display is number one. But first, it's who is going to be making Saturday's final, I'd say.
Yeah, players are crushing it, both on the pitch and in game, with new skins like Superman. Who's tonight's real-life Superman? That's the question.
Tonight, well, it's got to be, for me, Pablo Herrera. Has to be Pablo Herrera. But hey, look, if you're in the chat, tell us, you could hear us too, and hit that link, grab the new season. Also, tell us who your Superman is in this game and in the other games.
Oh, in the other game has to be, Toure,
yeah.
United, yeah.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Wow.
Punched away by Martin.
And Martin just put his Superman cape on and flew, didn't he?
He did. That was travelling, that ball from Pelaz. Batted away much like a cricket player there.
The wicket keeper.
Nadia. You'd hope your wicket keeper catches the ball more though, wouldn't you? As Iker Alcaraz misses the
That would have been a good one.
chance.
You hope the wicketkeeper catches it as Porcinos.
No, there's just an endless reel of...
It's brilliant. Oh, listen, it's what we speak about obviously all the time. That naturally in the gigs that you're deep in conversation. That's what the chat also want. They've been saying, guys, keep chatting about it, keep talking about things.
I suppose if you're not watching the games though, and just catch the highlights. Now, these guys talking about wicketkeeper, talking about
insects,
salmon, talking about insects.
Will Smith,
of course.
Oasis,
Films,
Michael Owen,
baseball kits,
baseball stuff.
Just one way of merging everything
it all into one. But we get there in time. We get there in time for the goal. We always do. We're never late. Unlike Otmar, who's been late on more than one occasion.
To the office, not to...
Yeah, of course. Not to the games. Not to the parties. And looking forward to the parties. There's a big one on Saturday, of course, at the Défense Arena. Get your tickets, guys and girls.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing the arena. Heard good things about the venue.
Oh, yeah. Oh, aye.
Oh, no foul there on Oribe.
Wow, I'm surprised.
This is a very close game, as anticipated, between last year's semi-finalists. Nadir playing it to Stelios. Here is Stelios. This is Nadir. He's got Belaf out wide. They're trying to go down the middle. Over to the flank for Torrenborg.
Came over to us, didn't it? Fell towards the net here, just in front of us. Looking ahead, we're approaching the 18th minute mark. We're going to have Manuso, the GR7 present the Rolders, and he's very happy right now, of course. His side knocked out FCZ in that all-Italian derby yesterday. Very loud, those drums. Loud.
I think we're going to have them here all night. So, let's get used to it. Played back to Martin. He goes long. He's looking for the head of Iker Alcaraz. They've got two big men, Juanma and Iker, who are very good at bringing the ball down. Oribe, well, he's shown that he can strike it from here. So far in the tournament, and he does it again. 2-0 to Xbuyer team, and the defending champions are wobbling. They're on the ropes.
Are we witnessing, Bruno, the makings of a first ever loss for Porcinos at the Kings World Cup clubs? It appears to be the evening of Xbuyer team, who now lead 2-0 here, and Porcinos need to hit back.
Well, he scored one. I can't remember now. Get two, because Xbuyer team have scored 21 goals, and Oribe scored 4 of them. I can't remember who it was against, but it was one from long distance, quite similar to that. He's shown it that he has got it in his lock. I'm surprised that the Porcinos players were happy to let him shoot from that distance, and it's ended up costing them. 2-0 to Xbuyer team.
Yeah, so far so good for the Xbuyer team, seeking that revenge, but still, there's a long way to go. And we know Porcinos have the know-how, don't we? The knack of finding a way back into the games and winning games and competitions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the defending champions. But are they heading for a relatively early exit by their high standards, the round of 16? They would be disappointed to go out here, but need to do more.
Just to show how important this is to the players on the field of play, Fouad went down to a challenge by Nadir. Nadir angrily told him to get up. Two good pals who have played together for Morocco, and there was a slight exchange between the two players.
Yeah, they were tearing it up in January in Italy. He's here again, is he on that ball, Nadir? Similar kind of mould to Kelvin Oliver. Oliver's obviously more of an out-and-out striker, more of your sort of classic goal grabber, but similar in terms of the way they play. Similar.
Yeah, I think Oliveira's perhaps a bit more electric, a bit more explosive. He can get the ball and suddenly burst forward and score almost from anywhere. Whereas Nadir's very good, quick feet and good at finding a ball. I think he plays a little bit deeper, but as you say, two players that can start and can just seeing that Daniel Dressen's coming in to speak to our pals here.
Yep.
He's been here all week, hasn't he?
Yes.
Talking on the German stream, which is, as we say, very nice to see how close they have been to the German teams and the players.
No, it's brilliant, and again we say well done to Tressen for his performances, going out centre with his head held high, and he's going to have a chat here alongside. Looks like Otmar chatting with Dress and Tyler, taking a well-earned break.
So Adri thought that's a foul by Chag. Oh, it's not given. Very surprised, saw that one quite close, and it looked like a very clear foul, and the move continues. Well, that's going to be an interesting one. Let's see if there is any reaction from the players, who don't seem to be saying too much to the referee. Porcinos have gone on and finished off the move and scored. They've played to the whistle.
But they got a way back into it. They needed that, didn't they? The defending champions, who aren't going to go down, of course, without a fight. No one's going to just wrestle away their trophy. We're now less than 30 seconds away from the JD roll of the dice. Manuxo will be tasked with that, and we'll see what that throws up.
Oh, cross from Le Petit, collected by Gerard Bacas. 8 seconds left. He wanted to go long. Is Nadir gonna get the shot off? Yes, he is. But it didn't have enough power on it to trouble Manuel Martin. So we'll head into that dice. 2-1 to Xbuyer team. Let's see what we're given here.
Yeah, these sides we were talking about, have been talking about, Bruno, obviously plenty of history. We saw them clash last year's competition, as we're going to have a 2v2, but the last time they met was actually match day 7 in Kings League Spain, when Porcinos beat the Xbuyer team 9-4, so they certainly they have the edge, Porcino, that psychological edge, but so far it's Xbuyer team looking good for the win. In the end, it was actually Domenico Rossi who rolled the dice. You may have spotted, wasn't Manuxo. So Rossi,
the top scorer,
yeah, the top capocannoniere with Lofazo. And now with the space opening up, we do expect goals here. Over to you, Bruno Bergerecce. And I've got really good at saying hence, I like to say it all now. I said the first attempt was something like Bruno Bergerecce. I went Bruno Bergerecce, and I got there. And at first you don't succeed, try again.
With at first you don't succeed, and the ball drops for Jacobo, who loses out to Nadir. Well, we said how strong a player he is. He was holding off Jacobo, who's going to come off. Now they're going to bring on Fouad, so we're going to have a Moroccan showdown.
Very nice. Here we go.
Manuel Martin also comes off, so Fouad and Oribe. It is over to Oribe. Fouad on the edge of the box. He could have taken it first time, but he decided to control and just make sure and score the 3rd goal for Xbuyer team.
Sit back and get the popcorn out, because it is showtime here with the Xbuyer team against Porcinos and Fouad against Nadir.
So a 2-goal advantage again for Xbuyer team. Porcinos need to score with this attack. Gil Vidal to Nico Santos. Santos back to Vidal, into the back of the net. Well worked, well played by Porcinos. Back to 3-2. Importance of not letting Xbuyer team just get away here.
Get yourself a drink as well, because it's turning out to be some show indeed between these two sides.
And now it's Fouad with Victor Oribe. His shot is saved, so that's the first time that somebody hasn't converted their move. Fortunately, though, for Xbuyer team, they do have the corner kick, so they will stay in possession.
Make sure it's an extra big bag as well for that popcorn, because it is a show out there.
Now, I've heard of popcorn in the face, but that is just ridiculous. Victor Oribe, back to Fouad. Oh, he steps on the ball, he rolls it. Victor Oribe, it's wonderful from Fouad, who tees up Victor Oribe. Another goal for him. Xbuyer team, mean business. This is going to be a difficult afternoon for Porcinos.
I told you it was going to be a show. I told you, Bruno. Just as we're expecting, they are living up to the hype. This game is not disappointing.
And hang on, because there's going to be a goal down the other end, or not. A good block by Berger. Falls to Gil Vidal,
wow.
Good defending. Berger and Manuel Martin pulling off the save. we've not seen Berger in the 2-on-2. They've not even used one of their star players so far, so now they get the fresh legs on the field of play. It is yet again Santos and Vidal for Porcinos. Gil Vidal looking to get past Pablo Berger. Santos back to Gil Vidal into the empty net. Goal by Porcinos. The patience of both sides, making sure they don't shoot too early. They don't get carried away with the possibility of scoring into an empty net. They make sure that the opening is there. You can tell that these players have played X-League, Kings League football for a long, long time.
You thought GR7 Zeta was good. Well, how about this one? Equally as good.
Victor Oribe. Now comes Gerard Vacas. Victor Oribe rolling the ball back to create a little bit of space. Dinks it over the top. It's cleared by Nadir, who shoots down the other end. The referee blows his whistle. Well, it's gone wide. Nadir was screaming at the referee, and I think the referee is relieved because that means that there is no discussion possible. But that clearance from Nadir, vital for Porcinos. What a second half we have in store, Tom.
It is going to be a thrilling second period. I didn't want that to end, Bruno. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. All great films, all great shows, and so far this has been a stunning show from these two sides. As I said, make sure you fill up that popcorn bag because more is on the way. Let's just try and listen in.
Si el segundo central también cierra y tapa ese pase, es cuando podemos estimular a Adrián. Intentar que salga y si no, muchísimas situaciones con penal para que se cargue el tiempo, no saques de banda, hay que saber. ¡Vamos! ¡Un, dos, tres! ¡Muy bien! Dale, Dani, Picón, Jimeno, Jacobo, Fuad. También.
So, tactical chat over from both managers, Xbuyer team and Porcinos. They'll have one last chance to speak to their players when we get to the 38-minute mark for those final 2 minutes. Let's see what the score will be by then. This is starting to look a little bit like the derby between GR7 and FC Zeta yesterday, which was a goal fest. And its Xbuyer team have got their noses in front and have looked a little bit better than Porcinos.
Yeah. Absolutely, and that's why they lead, and they like to want to extend their lead here! Oh, my!
Straight away with the goal, Jacobo heads in at the far post against his former side, with whom he won the title last year in Mexico. Oh, and has it been chalked off?
Oh, that would be so cruel, wouldn't it?
What a move that was.
That would be so cruel.
And there goes the line.
It's going to be checked.
And it depends on how big his foot is compared to the Porcinos player. That's what's going to decide it.
Oh, this is tense. Xbuyer team are saying it's goal.
What are they saying? Goal! Goal for Jacobo! Well, it was about as close as can be.
Bruno, I said yesterday, Italians do it best, and we saw that yesterday, but I think it's now the Spaniards who are teaching everybody a lesson about Kings League Calcio and Kings League football.
Well, it's wonderful, it's a spectacle, and the best thing is that there is still 20 minutes left of it. Porcinos are now down by 5-3. Oscar Coy. Frutos. Back to Coy. Giedo, that's a nice turn from Nadir! And he's somehow blasted it over the crossbar. Adri Frutos. Well, it was wonderful from Nadir.
Martin, yeah, I thought it was from now. Okay.
Oh, he's gone for too much, Frutos.
He's unable to keep it down. It was sour fruit, not tutti frutti.
Tutti frutti. Was best finish from Adri Frutos, but at least a sign that Porcinos can and do have the ability to get into clear goal-scoring positions.
And what you're saying about Nadir, wasn't it, in terms of bringing,
Nadir,
bringing players into playing that creative spark, the creative conduit for Porcinos.
We've got a free kick now, very similar to one that Iron Brew scored the other day, the position.
Yeah, and he fizzed it in, didn't he? There was nothing flat about that one.
I whistle for you.
Strike.
Go! Lo aviso. Captain, go!
Of tap, on tap.
I whistle for you, go.
Did you say on tap?
No,
in
don't
Scotland?
stop time.
Iron Brew.
Yeah, that's a lie, isn't it? It must be.
Oh, who knows?
Who knows? Let us know, guys, in the chat.
Can he answer that? I do like an Iron Brew, though.
I love Iron Brew. Love Iron Brew. Love me Iron Brew. And there's sort of fudge things. I'll look it up on Google. I'll come back to you. Come back to me.
Well, you should know, being born in Dundee.
I should know. Come back to me in a bit. I'll be with you in a moment.
Yeah, we'll get the free kick first. It's going to be Adriador. No, he lets the ball go for Marpelaf. I think that took a deflection. That was travelling into the top corner.
They're Tunnocks.
I don't know those.
Yeah, they're very nice. Anyway, let's come all the way back to France, where they've got lovely delights, culinary delights and tasty treats.
Ball to the far post, headed by Nico Santos. Nadir, he was trying to inject a bit of power into that header. It wasn't easy, though.
And talking of tasty treats, we're approaching our moment where we're going to open up the tucker bag and have some snacks.
It's a great moment, that. Ooh, snacks.
Yeah, have snacks.
When's the final?
Saturday.
Flicked on by Juanma to Gerard Vacas. Really do hope the people out there listening have seen The Office before.
And when did you get into
95% of the
Paris?
chat.
Was it last Saturday?
Saturday, yes. Oof. Oh, saved by Manu Martin.
Suit you, sir. Suit you, sir.
That would have been another good clip.
That would have been a good one. In the meantime, we had some plenty more representatives of the Futbolistas Locos joining us here in the commentary gantry. Well, not joining us as such, but joining our German casters. They're joining Adrian and Tyler to have a quick chat. We've got Kuba and
Chef Strudel.
Chef Strudel.
Tronos.
Don't like strudel actually that much, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan
a bit sweet. I prefer a flan.
Tronos. Koi. Boots it away. 19, no nonsense defending there. Put in play by Gerard Vacas for Oscar Koi. Nadir. This is the man they're looking to. This pass is blocked by Jacobo. Oscar Koi. Nadir. Just looking for the ball through to Jedor. Again, you can see the Xbuyer team just looking to clear the ball. Make sure there's no mucking about at the back. How many times have we seen goals where teams have been trying to be a little bit too clever playing it out from the back? Well, no danger of that with the way the Xbuyer team are defending. When in doubt, kick it out. Juanma.
Not to confuse with Jaume, our Spanish caster.
No, of course.
And Ivano.
Uribe. Oh, what a run by Uribe. Uribe on the ground, tried to scoop it up, and it was saved by Vacas. He's been mightily impressive this tournament as well, Uribe. Xbuyer team have got the ball back, and that shot will fall favourably to Marc Pelaz. Oh, almost bending it into the bottom corner.
What a strike that was. Just again, to go back to one of our favourite football cliches, a whisker away. Hopefully the football cliche guys aren't listening to us, because we'd have been cut up many times for our various expressions, which...
Yeah, no, we'd probably be slight laughing stock, but not a day of the office, I suppose.
Yeah.
Jacobo.
Good challenge, 50-50.
Yeah, no, he goes in hard, Jacobo. Most of the time, a bit like Xabi Alonso, you know, got away with some of those fouls. Those little goes in hard, but you've got to know how to do it.
Well, you mentioned Xabi Alonso. I want to chat to you about Real Madrid and the Club World Cup shortly. How they're going to do. I know your favourites are. It's on on the horizon, isn't it?
It is indeed. The football never stops. There's more football this weekend. Football is a crunching game.
Football. Watch the football. We'll see who will draw that game and who will get a point here.
Nadir. Oh, that was coming at us.
Wow. Again, I'm still not used to the fact that we've got this net. It just, I'll never be accustomed to it. Every time a ball comes spizzing over, I always get concerned.
You've only been here for a month. It's going to be your third weekend here.
In Paris, city of light, city of love, city of Kings League action. Brother. I'm your man.
Oh, Nico Santos, I was desperate for that to be a goal, also to be clipped.
But here's the one that's driving me berserk. Why is it only casters that work? La 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 la. English casters.
Nadir flicks it through to Nico Santos. Santos can't turn. They're 3 Xbuyer defenders. They're defending so well, but now they've opened them up. Marcelab stabbing at the ball, slicing it to the side netting.
Yeah. It's one of those things you think, is that maybe another sign it's not the day for Porcinos? Is it going to be finally coming to an end, this unbeaten record on the international stage?
Oh, it's almost brought down by Victor Uribe. I think he could have teed up Pablo Vergara on the edge of the box, but he was looking to turn. Gil Vidal is still end-to-end stuff. He accelerates. Vidal's cross will be comfortably into the hands of Manuel Martin.
You know, Bruno, while they're still within touching distance, it's still anyone's
and the cards.
Yeah, there's still anyone's to play for. It's still a bit premature, I think, to start talking about potential winners at this stage.
Talking of premature.
Yeah. We've just been given our dinner, or rather our sort of lunchbox, our takeaway dinner for later.
Well, I suppose it is 8:30.
Yeah.
Problem is we can't tuck into it until 11:30ish.
Unless you're obviously
tough life out here. No, yes, of course.
Yeah, you're someone else. And a German caster, by now you know his name. We've said it so many times. Then you can get tucking and enjoying your lunch and your dinner. Looking at Dendele coming up against DMG, the all-Brazilian showdown.
Will they be worried by what they've seen from the Spanish sides? Look, I think Xbuyer team, we'll see what the result is in the end of this game, but of all the Spanish sides so far in Paris in these 2 weeks, they've looked like the best team, although they were beaten by Tronos 4-1. Tronos have maybe been a bit more business-like, serious.
Yeah.
The Xbuyer team look like a little bit more exciting.
Definitely.
Goals are plenty. This could be a goal for them on the counter-attack. Saved by Vacas.
Just trying to go for that, just place it, didn't he, into that bottom corner. Accuracy over power. Stick with us, that bottom right. Big picture, that's the replay. Bottom right is your live action. Porcinos looking to get that goal, make it 5-4.
Frutos onto his left foot, blocked again. Very impressed with how Xbuyer team are defending.
So interested to see what those cards are as well as we go beyond the 30-minute mark now. So maybe a shootout or a penalty, unless they're waiting for those final 4 minutes for goals worth double. Again, purely speculating as always.
But it is one of those games where it's
strategy.
No, and it could ultimately decide who wins the game.
Yep. You're right.
And now is when the Bayer brothers should think about saying, oh, we'll do rock, paper, scissors, you do this and I'll do this, you should be taking this penalty.
Yeah, and very much like YOLO yesterday, the Los Chamos president. Now is not really the time for the entertainment, the antics. Maybe early on in those sort of early rounds, but now when the stakes are so high and it can be make or break the difference between winning and losing or giving your side a way back into the game, focus on doing your job and doing it right.
Cleared. Full chance of finishing.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, don't get.
I had a little glance across the.
Don't celebrate too early.
I was about to celebrate too early. The ball hadn't crossed the line, unfortunately.
Gil Vidal. Gil Vidal! Wow! Saved by Manuel Martin.
Great save, Bruno. Look at this. This was being arrowed into that bottom corner.
Shot.
Yeah. great football all around, great Kings League calcio. They're back up again. They are tireless, those drummers, very much like the action out there. It's non-stop. The beat of the drums.
Back to Manu Martin. Oh, didn't look too comfortable on the ball there, Manu Martin. Again, it's an Xbuyer team defender just knocking it, launching it forward, making sure that the danger is repelled as far away as possible.
Anyway, just looking at some of the chat, people have said they've watched The Office, but the American one.
No.
Yeah. So,
that doesn't count as watching The Office.
No, listen.
That's a disgrace.
I think the actor's very good. The guy who sort of portrays and plays the role of the David Brent. He's a very good actor, really funny guy, but...
There's only one David Brent.
There's only one David Brent. There's only one Office. And then it's the one by Stephen Merchant and Ricky Gervais.
This is Stelios. No cards played yet, no presidential penalties. We're heading into the last 5 minutes in which they can be played. They can be employed. Slightly off balance as he attempted his shot there at the Jello.
Nice cameo appearance from Stephen Merchant as well, wasn't there? In that,
yeah.
In I think it was Series 1, yeah, in Red Nose Day, or was it Series 2?
Wasn't he?
Yeah. And his real name was Nathan. It's a lovely name. Lovely name. His real, no, his name in terms of the character, but yeah, his nickname was that, and Brent upset him. Yeah, the Odd Monster.
Brilliant.
The Odd Monster.
That was it.
Jacobo!
You know what I was laughing about there? Oh, shot. And his cross is blocked. That would be another one.
That would have great. We get the Odd Monster, wasn't it? And it is now 6-3. Now here we go, Bruno. One of these moments, decisive moments. Oh, it is the Goldsworth double.
Goldsworth double, which is a difficult card.
Yeah.
Let's see what Porcinos have got. It could be better. Although Malikos scored, no, it wasn't a Goldsworth double. That was a star player.
Yeah.
He scored in the previous game.
Yeah. With the card they nabbed, didn't they, from FLC? Because they had the Joker cards.
To the edge of the box!
Wow.
Oh, what a save by Gerard Vacas. That was a very well-worked corner kick. It was Adri Jimeno with the strike. Well solid, Adri Jimeno. He's not played that much.
No. Oh, wow.
Shootout.
Wow.
Shootout. Look.
Massive moment,
Look,
Bruno.
This could reel Porcinos back into the game.
Massive, Bruno. Massive moment. Massive moment, score this, but it's easier said than done. It's not as easy as a traditional penalty. And we've spoken about how many times that these are missed, these shootouts in the Kings League.
Well, if ever they needed to convert a shootout, it is now Gilles Vidal. He's going to be taking on Manu Martin. 3, 2, 1. Off he goes. Gilles Vidal over the top! It's a succulent finish from Gilles Vidal. Porcinos needed the goal. Gilles Vidal is on 6 for the competition, and it's 5-4. Game on!
Succulent indeed, and it goes down very well. That strike makes it 5-4 then. And they're very much within touching distance. So Uribe's strike is blocked.
Well, this is setting up a very exciting ending to the game.
And the drums know it, the drummers know it, as they start up again after that brief reprieve.
Oh, that's wonderful! Victor Uribe with the goal for Xbuyer team. And remember, they had the double goal card being played, so it's not 6-4, it's 7-4 to Xbuyer team. Both teams executing their cards. It's a 3-goal difference, surely. No, I don't want to say it, but 1.5 foot in the quarterfinals.
1.5 foot indeed, Bruno. and they've still got time to score more goals, and should they do that, then have that second shoe in the door. Big reaction, character, that bounce back ability after conceding the shootout.
Oh, it was a wonderful goal. I won't see a replay of it. I'm sure we'll get it in the highlights as well. But the flick from Jacobo to Victor Uribe, the whole move was phenomenal from an Xbuyer team. Nico Santos. Oh, Nico Santos burst through the defence now. Porcinos, I didn't want to say it, did I? The foot and a half. But Porcinos make it 7-5. So this game is not quite over yet.
For another game that just keeps on giving, that keeps on entertaining us and keeping us on the edge of our seats right until the very end of the game. What a game, what a contest. The best that Spain has to offer here.
Oh, it's a nutmeg now from Juanma. Yeah, Victor Oliva's caught out Anthony Diego as he came across to intercept the move. You just cannot take your eyes off this game. Although Carsten has.
Oh, he certainly has. Taking a little break, understandably, on this occasion.
Gil Vidal looking to play the flip-flap around Juanma, who is equal to it. Jacobo battling away as he always does. Nico Santos! Nico Santos again!
I think it's in.
A goal.
It's in, Bruno.
It's a goal for Porcinos. It's Nico Santos. Look at the response from Ibai. 7-6. Do not go away, because this game is turning into the game of the tournament.
The champions shall not be beaten. They shall not be dethroned here. Their crown may be slipping, but they're looking to put it right back on again.
Still a minute left for Xbuyer with that double goal window. Anthony Diego. Nico Santos. There's the confirmation that Uribe and Gil Vidal are up there on 6 with a plethora of other players. Nadir. Oh, Nadir intercepting. He doesn't get onto the end of the ball, but you can see the energy coming from the Porcinos bench. They're all getting up quickly, sort of telling them to keep going. Keep going at the Xbuyer team players, who maybe got a little bit relaxed when they opened that 3-goal advantage.
Yeah, and we also thought that was that turning point, that big moment that Porcinos had no way back, but they have proved everybody wrong here, and that's showing the spirit of champions and the mark of potentially back-to-back champions.
Oh, and if you're going to lose your crown, it has to be like this. You've got to go down swinging, haven't you? But how about Xbuyer team? That's 20-21, 28 goals in the 4 games they've played so far this week in Paris.
So those final seconds now, then, we are going to have a situation where goals are going to be worth double then in the final 2 minutes. As the clock continues to tick down, Xbuyer in possession. No presidential penalties, that's a big one as well.
That plays into the hands of Porcinos, because Ibai is not as good a penalty taker as the younger of the Ruiz brothers. So they've lost that chance to maybe get their noses a little bit further in here. Let's see if we can hear from the benches. Maybe not, as they're all getting together for this one final push. What has been a mesmerising game. It's been a very good start to proceedings today. The first game was good as well. United always entertaining. Now we can maybe hear from people on fan watch, just as I say that.
Yeah, they're taking you away. They're taking you away.
Taking me back. We're dangling the carrot in front of my face.
So far, we've seen 13 goals in this match, the highest scoring game so far. Xbuyer against Boomers with 16 goals, 10-6.
Well, there's one common denominator there. It is Xbuyer team, but there was one goal there. They were one game. They were limited to just one goal against Los Troncos. So let's head into the end. Who is going to win this and move on to the quarterfinals? Will we have a new champion this year? in Paris. Let's find out. Gerard Vacas.
Oh, it'd be some story, wouldn't it? Porcinos going out now. Next Xbuyer team are moments away from glory.
Frutos. You can see how many players put their body on the lines. Juanma particularly is one of them, the Xbuyer team captain.
Here we go.
Vidal drills it low. He caught everyone off guard there.
A bit Fabrizio Romano, that wasn't it? Here we go.
Yes.
The unveiling of the transfers.
Adri Giedor. Nadir to Adri Giedor. Frutos. Down the middle. Difficult pass he was attempting.
Yeah, the idea was there. Wasn't quite executed well enough. But they're still back on the ball.
Nico Santos. It's forcing Frutos to run back. That makes them lose a little bit of time. Now it's Goy. Frutos. Giedor. The reverse ball to Nadir. Oh, it's off the post. Followed up by Gil Vidal. Porcinos score a goal late in the game. It's remarkable scenes inside the Cooper Arena. The champions do not want to be knocked out. They do not want to give in their crown. And they've somehow, from 3 goals down with very little left in the game, turned this around and are now 8-7 up as we head into added time.
The never say die spirit of Porcinos, jumping for joy, and they're minutes away from celebrating what would be an epic win in the Kings League.
Well, this is how you generate that aura of a side like Real Madrid in Europe. Porcinos, it's different players, completely different look squad, but it's a side that comes to the Kings World Cup and wins games, wins them late somehow, finds ideas and ways to turn things around, and they're just starting to build up that feeling around them that they're almost impossible to beat in this competition.
And that's what champions do, Bruno, top sides do, even when they're not at their best, or when the odds are against them, as they were. They've overturned a 3-goal cushion, lest we forget. Full marks to them, but can Xbuyer team hit back here as we go into those final 2 minutes of added time?
No, I'm not
saying anything.
No, I'm not going to be confirming or denying anything as Oribe goes for the long-distance shot. Martin is going to go for the Vidal special, and it was dropping. It was awkward for Gerard Vacas.
That was very awkward indeed, and he's very grateful, I think. So went for the old long barrow, like my trousers, the cricket and the fielding there. Very good fielding indeed. Fortunately, there's no one there quick to pounce on the rebound and make life awkward. He may be tested again here. In fact, I've got a feeling he will be tested once more.
Oribe, especially Oribe, he's got the ability to score from long range. Juanma. Pablo Beguer finds some space, but he doesn't catch it cleanly. So it's now with Gerard Vacas. He tries to waste as much time as possible.
Yeah, just running down the clock slightly, as you would expect in a situation like this. So now less than a minute away. This would be a legendary.
Oh, it's an awkward one for him. Vacas cleverly just gets rid of the ball. Well, this may be it on the final attack. A pulsating encounter.
Now or never, now or never. Maintenant or jamais.
Frutos over the top. That will be for Manu Martin. Juanma. Oribe looking to take over. Forcing them back. You need to get it forward. Fuad, some space for Jacobo. Oh, and it will be a corner kick.
Is there time left, though?
There'll be time for the corner. They need to get it taken quickly towards the far post. Oribe wants to get it on his left foot. Still Oribe. Oribe with a cross. Oh, and he slipped Fuad. And that is the end of a remarkable game here at the Cupra Arena. The champions refusing to die. Gil Vidal, the hero, with a late goal goal to give them an 8-7 victory against Xbuyer team. They will be in the quarterfinals, but still hats off to the losing side for offering this true spectacle here today in Paris.
Gil Vidal will grab all the plaudits, all the headlines, all the limelight. One of the key players then for Porcinos in a game which we have just seen here, and we can testify one of the great games at the Kings World Cup clubs. We have witnessed one of the epic encounters. We thought yesterday's game was good between Zeta and Jeresete. That was on a whole another level. Quite disappointed, little slip there at the very end as he was looking to pull the trigger. We thought there may be more late drama, but Porcinos, as you said, Bruno, quite rightly, refusing to give up. Never know when they are down, and as you said, a really good comparison with those dynasties, the likes of the Real Madrids, that just keep fighting, never know when they're beaten, always find a way. Shortly we're going to hear from the man of the moment, Gil Vidal, but before we do that, as I'm being timely reminded, let's take a look at the bracket. Porcinos then going through, and they'll find out shortly whether they're going to play Dendele or DMG in the quarterfinals on June the 12th. So it's getting even more exciting as we get ever closer to Saturday. Will we see Gil Vidal there? Well, let's hear from him in the meantime.
Congrats, Gil Vidal. You are the MVP of this night. You won the Spanish Derby. How are you feeling? You also won last year the World Cup. So what are your expectations? ¿Cuáles son tus expectativas?
I think that we did the perfect match. We compete the 40 minutes. We knew how your team plays, and I think that we control the match the 40 minutes. And now I'm very happy. Now it's time to relax and thinking right now about the next match.
Are you ready?
Sorry?
Are you ready?
Yes.
Can you please sign our jersey? Guys, remember you can only find these jerseys on Bazaar, so you need to be fast. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You need to be fast because they are going sold out really soon. So what are you waiting for? See you there. Get the app and get ready.
Well, it's going to be very difficult to top that, isn't it, dear Bruno? But there's certainly all the ingredients for this to be another cracker at the Kings World Cup Clubs 2025, and all a Brazilian derby between Dendele and Leo Gol's side, DMG, Lincoln Oliveira and Leo Gol, the former best scorer of the team with 2 goals, the latter on loan from Rivalados, 6 goals so far and counting. And just a quick reminder to everybody, for Dendele, they have reduced the sanction from 3 to 2 minutes with 1 player less in the following match. This match starting from minute 5 after receiving official apologies from the president itself and the club, considered a mitigating factor by the committee. And that's the opposition we're about to see for Dendele. Here they are, DMG, coached by Fabio Oliveira. This DMG side, we'll see whether they've got Toburgo after hurting his arm earlier this week. My best mate And
I've not seen him around today.
I haven't even seen the Toro Loco either, the Dendele mascot. But we'll see whether Toro Loco is here as well. Certainly the banner is there, isn't it, Bruno, in that far corner?
Again, yeah, always taking up the whole stand almost.
Yeah, it does, yeah. Very much like that one for Perus yesterday, Peru. It was,
I like that one.
Was it Dale
Peru.
Dale Peru, I like that, I like that, I like that. Again, then we have another derby. We've already had, well, we've had an all-Italian one yesterday, an all-French one yesterday. We had an all-Spanish one just now, even though I think Porcinos are going to eventually be going to play in another league, Kings League Americas.
No.
That's Kuni Sports. Kuni Sports, I beg your pardon. There you go. Just checking to see if you're awake, of course. No, I'm joking. That's why it's brilliant to have some of the, if I, you know, poor pass, I've got him there just to tidy up the pieces and get it away from danger. Well, moments away then.
You score 35 goals a season, so, you know.
That's very kind.
You're allowed to do the occasional awkward back pass.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Just, you know, I've got to pump his tyres every now and again because I'm giving him grief for the cricket.
It's all good.
The bowls, trousers, very 85 years old plus on the lawns.
Now, of course, before kick-off, we are going to have a minute's silence here, and we will also pay our respects ahead of this match. It's for the passing of Rafael Alborcino's father, physical trainer for DESIMPEDIDOS GOTI, the youth team of Sao Caetano. In the silence then for Rafael Alborcino's father, the physical trainer for DMG and the youth team of Sao Caetano, and the team will wear black armband in honour of the coach's father. May rest in peace.
It was a lovely minute silence as well, wasn't it? Because sometimes there is some noise, or everybody was deadly silent in here.
Yeah, impeccably
There you can hear a pin drop. Talking cliches, but no, look, it was very nice.
Impeccably observed,
Everybody on their feet to pay their respects. So they were very nice to see. Of course, some things are more important than the competition and the football itself. And let's hope that the team isn't too affected by it and they can dedicate a nice performance.
Yeah, sometimes we do see that, don't we, when there's been a unfortunate tragedy away from the pitch, it can rally you and looking to pay tribute in the best way possible.
It happened to Barca this season. The doctor, the first team doctor, passed away halfway through the season and reportedly really affected the players. And I think it sort of brought them closer together because it's all one big family. You're spending so much time together, and I think it kind of helped them to improve their performances as well, because there was that unity that came from the pain and the hardship of the passing away.
Yeah, also happened for Lecce in Serie A when their physiotherapist sadly passed away just a few days before a game against Atalanta. And they actually went to Atalanta and got a very impressive point for them when they weren't expected to come away with any points, and that sort of a bit of spark for them in actually beating the drop. So the countdown is over, underway, this all-Brazilian derby, Dendele against DMG, and this would be some start, and it's saved with Dendele and Lincoln. Oliveira, Luisinho denied their good stop as well with the leg. Now Lincoln looking to hit back here. Lincoln, it's a disappointing strike by his very, very high standards. Lincoln, Oliveira, Dendele winning both their first two games and going straight through. DMG had to do it the hard way. We saw them the other day, didn't we? In action in their last chance fixture. And they're here now with Luisinho. Here he is! Brilliant strike by Luisinho. Struck it low, through the middle. And this time the Dendele keeper is beaten. And in this all-Samba showdown, it is DMG who get off to a brilliant start.
Luisinho with the first goal. Two sides that lost in the semi-finals in the Kings League, Brazil. So very evenly matched in that sense, and how far they went in that tournament. So let's see who can get the better of the other here today.
Trying to find Lincoln Oliveira. This could be trouble. Luisinho.
Oh, wonderful.
That is, wow. Now,
it was like Pele, wasn't it?
The first part was wonderful. The second part was less so, and it was Pele-esque, as you were saying. I think it was the 1970 World Cup, wasn't it?
He lets it run, he does it a shimmy, doesn't he?
Yeah, and then
he tries to stick it with his left
angle,
foot,
yeah. Will they be made to regret that opportunity? Now, Cagnota. And number 6 still. Cagnota does it! At the near post. 1-1. Points to the badge. And you can hear the message, calma, calma. Stay calm.
Ele é bom esse moleque aí. Ele foi feliz. Canhoto é bem,
an explosive start as we expected between these two sides. No one wants to go out at this stage. This would be seen for sides of this caliber and their expectations, their ambition. Very disappointing, but sadly for them, one will be going home. It's now delicately poised, Luisinho. Still, can he make amends after that miss? Luisinho! That was closer, and that was better than that previous shot, 1-1. So, it's, as we were expecting, going to be an action-packed game, goal-filled game. Much there to the Dendele supporters. I think have been the best supported, I'd say, of the Brazilian sides anyway.
Any side that's not local, they've definitely got Ultra Chimicha.
Yeah.
Take that accolade. But in terms of sides that aren't French, Moroccan, definitely have to say Dendele have had the most support.
Now Lincoln looking to lash it home. It takes a big deflection there. And now they'll start again with their keeper, João Pedro. Not to be confused with the former Interman João Pedro.
Watford player, isn't he?
Yeah, worldly travelled, wasn't he? The referee has awarded in favour of DMG and all blue. That's sort of second Brazil national team strength. Brazil qualified, didn't they, for the World Cup?
I don't think they've been too impressive.
They haven't been too impressive. No, you're right.
0-0 draw and a 1-0 win.
They got the job done. This way for Carlo Ancelotti to celebrate his birthday. So, tanti auguri, feliz cumpleaños, Carlo Ancelotti. So that's at least the positive, but let's focus back here to Dendele and DMG because they won't be thinking about the Brazil national side at the moment. But a lengthy run-up. So we're going to belt this into the corner, but the whistle hadn't gone, so I think he knew that as well. We have to go again here.
I don't know.
Icon waits between the sticks. It's not that Icon, of course. Was it Icon? We're now 6v6. We continue to wait here with the most eagerly awaited free kicks in a long time. It's going to be Bolt, but it's not that Bolt. He plays for Fluxo, obviously, because he plays for DMG. But his namesake.
Confusing. Confusing that they've got two Luisinhos on the side as well.
That's a tough one for me as well. But it was Luis Alves. Luisinho scored, not the other Luisinho with the number 11. Here we go. Bolt to batter the ball and play it short on that occasion. No battering there. Into the wall or otherwise. Plenty of Brazil shirts though, so we're talking about that Brazil team, that Brazilian national side. This is the first Brazilian derby of the Kings World Cup clubs. Very exciting one as well. Now, they will have that suspension, Dendele. It was, if you remember, in their previous game, there was a few unsavoury scenes from the president as well, Luqueta. It's Luqueta, wasn't it?
Got carried away, didn't he?
But he has since apologised for his behaviour. So as opposed to being 5 minutes, it was reduced down to 2. So that's why they'll be playing a man light. And
what's the lesson learned for the kids? Apologise after making a mistake.
That's true, but also think about it before. Just take a deep breath, count to 10. We've all been there.
No middle fingers.
Absolutely. And we said there was no need for that. In the Kings League Brazil, DMG beat Dendele 3-2. So we'll see if that gives them a psychological edge or not. Bit of Edge and Christian.
Oh yeah, I remember them.
Your favourite tag teams, I think, weren't they? Tag team teams or not?
I like Scotty McCarthy and
the Worm.
Jackie McQuacky. They were great.
Thought you were going to say the Dudley brothers.
Dudley brothers. Yeah, you're bringing back some memories here.
Yeah.
To watch a bit.
Or the Harvey boys.
Yeah, they were good.
With
flipping around.
With Lita.
They were good.
With Lita as well. She was like their sort of mascot, but also was really good as well.
They did
like
pretty good flippy stuff, didn't they?
Yeah. The backflips and the somersaults, like Gims after his penalty for Zaytuna.
Yes.
Yeah. Similar. Although my ultimate favourite has to be DX, but again, as a child, I like D-Generation X. I like Shawn Michaels, Triple H, and there is the...
Oh, you like Triple H?
Yeah.
Oh.
Big fan.
So you didn't like The Rock?
Listen, I respected him, but he wasn't my favourite. I was more Triple H, yeah.
Wow, very surprised.
Yeah. Would you expect me to be more of a rock man?
Most people were The Rock.
They were the most electrifying man in sports entertainment. And this is...
most well-paid actor as well.
Yeah. Lovely man.
He's good, actually.
He is. He is, and that is the other Luisinho. So just to get back to the action.
Number 99 is actually a late wild card into the tournament.
Yeah, he is.
Luisinho.
Also because we mentioned yellow cards, and I was just at risk of getting another yellow from the MCR room for
off topic.
Off topic. Remember Topic? That was a good chocolate bar.
I do actually.
Yeah. And in keeping in theme, by the way, with this all-Brazilian showdown, the dice is going to be Sofia España, the Brazil football influencer. Just is it kept in play? It is. And they all know, I think the arm does go up for an offside in the build-up. So Dendele looking just to encourage their team. We're now back to 7v7. This more Brazilian battle between Dendele and DMG. I suppose on the one side, you know that Brazilian side will progress. That's obviously a positive for Brazilian fans in general, but of course if you support Dendele DMG, then of course that is no consolation right now. Just to get the better of one's fellow countrymen. Expecting Leo Gold to come into this match a bit more as well as the game wears on.
Yeah, we've not seen him yet.
Now Dendele trying that little back heel flick. It was Romarinho, not to be confused with Romario, 1994 World Cup winner.
People who saw Romario, that generation, just the generation above us, really.
Yeah.
Say they've not seen a finisher like that ever again. So glowing terms.
Well, I think
and that's people who've seen Ronaldo.
Yeah. The Ronaldo, El Fenomeno Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo, likewise. Pretty good finisher as well, but without the pretty, exceptional finisher.
Oh, nice turn. Good thing about there being so many Luisinhos as commentators, when in doubt, percentage probability quite high of getting the name right if you go for it.
I'd like to go Luisinho to Luisinho, beyond Luisinho. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I suppose at Milan this season there was the Alex Jimenez and Santi Jimenez. That was quite an interesting one. As the shot goes in, that was a very interesting strike as well. Probably wasn't actually that interesting at all, was it, Alex Jimenez, Santi Jimenez? They're just the same surname.
Yes.
Spelled differently though. One was with a G,
one
was the J. The Italians would always say Jimenez. Which made me chuckle. What a funny story. You're with us with Kings League action, approaching the 10th minute mark. president, not present tonight. Watching on from home, I assume. This,
one's here, one isn't.
Yeah,
remember he was
exactly.
afraid of flying.
Yeah, that's it. In fact, like Des Bergkamp, obviously, people always
still went to USA 94, though, didn't he?
Wow. And well, France 98, I think would have been quite. I think he would have probably got a train or a coach or driven or a boat ferry over the channel, and then maybe get the Eurostar down or a train. I'm not sure. I have to ask him. He doesn't do many interviews, does he? To be fair,
he did one. Did he not with Ian Wright?
Wow,
they did a little thing together, I think.
That'd been awesome because you know Ian Wright says him and Henry were for him those sort of big players of the Premier League in the 90s and 2000s. What players? Just didn't work out for both of them in Serie A, however, Inter and Juventus respectively. More suited to the English game. And also the Gallus settled better in London, I think. Hey! 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 A few hey-heys going around.
Oh, we always get this, don't we, after the 35-goal thriller with non-stop goals, non-stop action. Sometimes the next one, you're expecting more of the same, and it's impossible to live up to.
It is, but it's like any game, isn't it? You know, if you think you have 10 La Liga fixtures, 10 Serie A fixtures every weekend, you might have 2 or 3 belters, but you're always going to have the odd 0-0, the odd 1-1, or a game which maybe just bursts into late on. It's DMG try and get that second goal, and it's just wide of that far post. Just a nice Arsenal shirt in the background there. Look at that reaction. That's going to be one of the reactions that I think you can see. He was just saying, oh, my heart, can it take it? He wouldn't have said it like that, of course. If Mi corazón, can it take it with a shot like that? That was a mixture of...
Italian, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, wasn't great. Wasn't great. But I do like the Brazilian twang. Remember when we were at the privilege of interviewing Julio Cesar, and he speaks Italian, still got that strong Brazilian accent, but it's just... but obviously impeccable, exceptional Italian, don't get me wrong, but just that twang, it's a very musical kind of sounding, very nice.
They are very musical when they speak, aren't they?
Very nice. No, very nice, thoroughly nice bloke.
Julio?
Yep. Really
What's he doing now? Still involved?
He's working, he's done some sort of, as this just comes in at that far post. He did a lot of work, punditry work in recent years. Also with the Italian, obviously, media, because actually obviously he played for Inter so many years and into the Champions League and the Italian sides. A lot of work with that. I'm not sure, this I'm not to check it. He was then moving into sort of the agent kind of role, if I'm not mistaken. I need to check that. Now on the turn here.
Bit more competition then.
Yeah. If any of our viewers and listeners are aspiring talents, then Bruno is taking his first steps, shall we say, into the world of being a FIFA agent. Is that right?
Yeah. First year, yeah.
Yeah. So
After
first of all,
passed the exam.
First of all, well done, because that is very impressive, passing the exam. Well, it's not easier said than done.
There are harder things.
But there are easier things as well.
True.
Don't put yourself down. Don't be too British.
Quite trigonometry, though, is it?
No.
I'm not bringing out trigonometry without knowing what it is.
Reminds me of that Mr. Bean episode.
Yeah, exactly.
That
takes the wrong exam.
Calculus, calculus and trigonometry. And at the end, he finds that he could have done either, but both of them. No, very good, very good, very good. We're big fans of Mr. Bean. I don't think there ever was a Mr. Bean in Brazil, but I know there's one. He went to Paris and, of course, America. That was a great one. Great one with his films.
Sneezes on the Mona Lisa, doesn't he?
Yeah, Whistler's mother. Whistler's mother. Yeah, that's right. Whistler's mother. It's a picture of Whistler's mother.
I'm not sure I'm in the best position here as we're getting filmed.
Yeah.
Go on, look professional.
Well, I've got the worst trousers on for it, so that's not a good sign. But yeah.
Well, at least it won't be showing too much.
But yeah, you will see those all-white trousers
if they make the edit.
If they make the edit, ready to bat for the Kings League English casters team and open the day's play. Approaching the 15-minute mark, we haven't had really much action since those opening exchanges, have we? It's been a bit of a lull.
Another one of those on paper you're thinking Brazilians against Brazilians. It's going to be sparks all around, but maybe there's a respect there as well between both Brazilian sides.
Yeah, and two very even
someone like
sides.
Leo Gol, for example, that you mentioned, was normally quite daring.
He is
quite active, quite involved, and today we're not seeing him that much.
Seen too much of him, and I'm pleased though in some respects that I've got this one, because I remember yesterday I had a belter, didn't I, in that first game, and then in the second game you had a less exciting game, let's put it that way. And it's the way the cookie crumbles, it's the way the brioche crumbles.
It happens over the course of this entire tournament.
To quote our friend Tyler, it is what it is. He says that a lot. It's true though, it is what it is.
And he also says quite a lot.
That's a nice one as well. Meh, I like that.
That was a good run on the left-hand side.
Whereas we're just 2 minutes away from those.
Oh, that's a clear foul.
2 minutes. Is this a card, do you think?
Free.
Cards or no?
Well, it could be because he was holding at him, making sure that there was no run being made by the Decisive player.
But lengthy run up, here he goes, takes a big deflection. There is a Kaká, isn't there, in the Dendele side? It's not Ricky Kaká, of course, it's Eric Kaká.
Yeah.
Kapamajan.
Very fortunate that there's an accent on that second A, else there'll be a very different meaning in Spanish.
Yeah. And in Italian as well, to be fair. In fact, when he first arrived in Italy, Ricky Kaká, that was sort of the joke, he's going to be like that, but far from it. He was
very far from it.
Ballon d'Or winner, Champions League winner.
That night at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
One of the standout individual performances of the last 20 years in the Champions League.
And for a couple of years he was unplayable. For a couple of years he was the best player on the planet. For a couple of years.
At Madrid he was never ever performed.
Yeah. Oh, a little slip there, just when it mattered. Yeah, it was a big money signing, wasn't it? It was Jose Mourinho's Real Madrid, I think, as well, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe he came in when Kaká was there. Either way, his best football was played in that first spell with Milan. The second one was obviously a lot to be desired. So the clock continues to tick down, and it comes towards it. This time I didn't flinch. I wasn't too concerned, I have realised. As we now get to the final few days, and there she is for the roll of the dice here in this all-Brazilian showdown. Sofia España rolls a 3, so we've got a 3v3 then. Trying to listen in. But yeah, just as I said, I've learned my lesson. One can't listen in the net phase. As the Toro Loco, the raging bull, looks to get the fans, or keep the fans, should I say, on their seats and keep them excited, keep that energy.
Tough job, that.
Yes, hot.
More so in these days that it's very hot in here. Earlier in the week, you're probably
about right. Well, there was one day I'd rather have been in that suit because it was that chilly in here. Or I'd like to
being in
fluffy
that
suits.
suit.
As it drops.
There they are, subbing the goalkeeper.
Yeah, clever move. And we see obviously when teams are in possession, 3 outfield players.
We're going to see Leo Gol now.
Oh, this could be the moment.
Could be his moment to shine.
Very unselfish. Here he is, Luisinho. Tries to stay on his feet. They've got to get back quickly, but I think just they're just gonna, they're gonna go for it. They are going to go for it. This could be brilliant. It is Dendele. Audacious strike from distance. DMG losing possession. Didn't make the substitution in time, and they trail here. DMG in this all-Brazilian battle.
Canhoto again with the goal. And look, they gave Decisive the chance to make the substitution, to get the goalkeeper on, because the keeper didn't shoot straight away. Maicon put the ball on the floor, gave it to Canhoto. They were very slow in moving there, Desimpedidos. So from end to end, coast to coast, goal by Canhoto.
Now DMG looking to equalise right away. Leo goal. Can he find his shooting boots? Still Leo goal. Leo goal! He is up and running. He's taken a bit of time by his very high standards, but Leo goal on the score sheet. And Taburo's also watching on. This time he's finally got a t-shirt on, thankfully. He's watching on the stands and enjoying that one. Enjoying Leo goal, making it 2-2, and there's still time left on the clock here. Goals could be on the cards.
Seems to be a lot of people in the two booths for Decisive, don't there? Like 35 people on the board.
Twisting, turning. Oh, yes! Tuchel tucks it home. And Dendele, late reaction there. Keep your eyes on the prize. Keep your eyes glued on the screen, my dear friend. Mi amigo, mon ami. Because your side are leading here 3-2 against DMG.
Games burst into life. Yeah, you see more drummers, are you?
There's more drummers just coming into the stands here. Little goal. Still. Nice touch. Good block. And there's also a bit of brass instruments as well. So I don't know if it's a trumpet or a trombone. There's more than drums. Nice touch again.
Oh, yeah, open goal.
Open goal. Is he going to trickle in? Not on this occasion. Still a minute to go. So we've got, I feel like one of those New Orleans marching bands, aren't they? Out of the instruments that are there. Dressed all in white, and I've just been asked if I'm part of the band, but no, I'm not. It's just the trousers, just by chance.
It does look like the Villepinte 11, doesn't it? Getting ready to go out and bat.
Leo goal, offloads. Still. Now Marcelinho. Leo goal. Still Leo goal. Now Marcelinho. Good block. Great block. And look at the celebration there.
Always.
From Thales. And again, maybe caught into action once more. It's Leo goal. Marcelinho. Back with Leo goal. Options left and right. Still, he goes right. Nice touch! Just couldn't quite apply the finishing touch.
Well, Leo goal is getting frustrated because he's not finishing any of the moves, because he's the man in the middle, and every time he passes it out right, they either don't get past the defenders, they attempt to dribble, or they shoot over the crossbar. So he's been frustrated by the decision-making and the finishing, the quality in the finishing of his teammates. They need Leo goal to be the one in those shooting positions, and let's see if they can get him into the game in the second half.
3-2 then to Dendele at the break. All the action happening at the very, very start and at the very, very end. Now let's try and listen in to the two coaches.
Respira, volta o Gabriel no canhoto. Então vou ter canhoto. Escuta! Léo, ei! A nossa marcação tá boa. Porém, nós estamos ficando muito longe desses caras, que eles estão jogando muito aqui na linha lateral. E a gente tá continuando no meio, tá dando tempo dele pisar e bater aqui. Então, ó, só dá mais um passo aberto. Chegar e dar tempo de eu chegar, pra gente não correr o risco do cara enfrentar. Vamos, porra! Então você faz um movimento de triângulo. Bateu no gol, você faz triângulo e volta pra cá. O Léo quebrou no meio, nós temos que jogar. O Marcelo vem pra dentro e o Luizinho vem pra dentro pra jogar, gente. Jogo de tabela. Time que começou! Time que começou!
Vamos, galera!
Just want you to listen in then to the final chants from Dendele ahead of the restart here at the Cupra Arena with Dendele leading by, but only just by the narrowest of margins. Bruno and this Brazilian showdown, talking on Brazil, another Brazilian side in action. Up next, FURIA against KARASU, but one step at a time. We've still got this second half to come. And we'll see whether this second half is more exciting than the first as a whole. As we're saying, it only really came to life at the very end. And there, of course, that's also what happens in the Kings League. If there is, sorry, say two sides that cancel each other, you have those final 2 minutes where there's more space and you tend to be given goals guaranteed. Goals brings the game to life again as the referee is called into action very early on here.
Yes, Tuco that got caught as he sort of wrestled with the Desimpedidos players to try and win that drop ball. He's throwing his body around. See, he went in for the first one, clattered into the defender, and I think he got caught on the shin by it was Guillermo.
Just thinking presidential penalties, if they are going to be used, could be important. Luqueta's got one of his two taken this in this year's edition. Toguro 1 from 2. My best mate, Toguro, who appears to have recovered from that injury to his arm.
No need for the sling, milking it.
Yeah.
Over the top.
Yeah. Big baby. He was carrying a big baby, that's what I was saying. Onto the pitch for his penalty, that's what I was saying. Bolt for Locos, who got his goal. Need to get him more on the ball and into those shooting positions, Locos.
The player that Dendele are missing is Hector Godoy. He was great, wasn't he?
He was.
I think he had to fly back to Brazil. He has been replaced by Kaká, who we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
And Kaká has not had the impact that Hector Godoy had in those opening fixtures.
Yeah, very big boots to fill. Very big boots to fill, not easy. Also coming in to the side with the referee not awarding the foul there. So it's not easy, the Tronos has already started. The players have got to know each other and you come in just like that, fresh. It's not easy. Slip there. So are we going to have a similar second half? In terms of sides, pretty much cancelling each other out. There really wasn't much to report apart from those 2 minutes where it came into life. And very, very early on with those 2 goals, 1-1, going into those final 2 minutes. We'll see, and this is where, again, those presidential penalties, the secret cards play a big part as well in keeping the entertainment, the action. Talking entertainment, we've still got a few days left, haven't we? 12th and 13th of June, tomorrow the quarter-finals. Then the semi-finals the day after. We've also got La Finalissima. That's a really good run. Oh. Here he is, Luisinho, the number 11 Luisinho. Couldn't quite make it count, could he?
Took a while to make his mind up. He hesitated. I think he should have shot earlier. But yeah, you can see there the ball sort of getting stuck under his feet, or he leaves it a little bit behind. And there was an impossible angle. He was dragged. He was forced to go very wide, but I think decision-making let Luisinho down there.
It's the other Luisinho, Luis Alves, who netted the first goal. His namesake very nearly on the score sheet again to make it 3-3. Confirmation, it's a trumpet. It's also in the band there, big band with the big drums. Making lots of noise.
Still haven't heard the trumpet though, have we? Oh no, yeah. There we go.
It's there.
I can't really hear it. I can see her blowing on the trumpet, but
playing away. It's the best of connections there, and now DMG can come forward. Luis Senior sprinting forward there. Alalim for Christie. Nice run. And, well, he was able to get a shot. He'd certainly eased the pressure on the rear guards. Taking away and coming up the pitch and gaining some yards. Now Dendele. Nice run. Really nice run that, and there's a player down here. It is the man we were just chatting about, Eric Kakao, who's come in to the side, Bruno, in the wars then on this near side here. And the shot was struck with far too much power, wasn't it? As it whistled over the bar.
I think he's winded. Here come the medics.
It's okay. I say, we haven't seen that wheelchair, have we, in a few days? Seen the stretcher, but not the wheelchair.
Well, fortunately, it has been surplus to requirements recently. Although, helmet maybe could have...
After that knee injury picked up in... there was a kickabout earlier today between the Kings League staff and the various casters from around the globe here at the Cooper Arena. But, poor old Carund hurt himself with his knee. Now here, can they hurt? Dendele! Yes, they can! DMG with a brilliant goal. Marcelinho, mighty Marcelinho, making it 3-3. What a hit. So powerful, he nearly brought the goal down with it.
I don't know how Marcelinho was so isolated. How did that come to him there? Because the defender, it's the defender back there who doesn't step out, does he? Guilherme, he's way too deep. Allowing Marcelinho to shoot on the bounce. Powerful strike. It's 3-3. It's close. It's maybe not had the excitement, obviously not the excitement of the previous game.
No.
Not the excitement that we would have hoped for between two Brazilian sides. I don't think there have been many wow moments. But it's 3-3. It's going to be tight. I'm sure we will be stunned or shocked just because of the scoreline itself will bring pure excitement and entertainment in the final minutes, because we don't know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, but that's it's a very different game to the one we saw earlier, our second game. But it's very tight, very hard fought, very close affair. Marcelinho then bringing DMG right back in it. Oh, given away. Opportunity here, opportunity. Knocks. But somehow...
I think he wants the penalty.
But
I think he's just looking for a way out from that mistake.
Fails to make it count. Well, they very nearly thought Christmas had come early, didn't they?
No, he's completely made a hash of that himself.
Yeah.
Or actually, do you know what it could be? It could be on the way back, his left foot on the way up. He feels slight contact from the player, and then that... You know when that happens when you go to shoot on the way, on the lift up,
right?
If they clip you ever so slightly, then on the way down you sometimes stab it into the ground. So that, I'm guessing that's what's happened to him there.
Yeah, no, Bruno, it's a massive left off. Whatever it was,
absolutely. I think he took too long as well to finish. He was thinking, I'm going to go into an empty net. He could have hit it first time as well, and that would have prevented that from happening.
Now will Dendele come the full-time whistle be regretting that? In the meantime, Lincoln receiving treatment here. The Dendele player, 3-3. All stemmed from an error, didn't it, by DMG, and putting it on a plate for Dendele. It's potentially a gift. DMG after drawing level, surviving a big scare at the other end of the pitch. Lincoln Oliveira back up on his feet, which is a good sign. Very positive sign for Dendele. The clock currently stopped, about to get back underway. There's a little reprieve as well. The drums have now stopped as well.
And the drums. I don't know what song that is, but
it's got to be something, hasn't there?
I think it's quite recent, though. It's not 90s.
Okay, no, I wouldn't know.
I'll think about it.
Yeah. Keep you posted, pal. Let's see with Leo Goal's goal. Now 7th as a shot comes in. And that's the first rule of broadcasting, Thomas. Don't always talk about the the graphics right away because you could miss a moment of action. As Bruno continuously tells me, because I am always keen to immediately get to the stats right away. But on that occasion, luckily not to be caught out, but they'll goal them. With 7, and he's hot on the heels of Lofazo and Rossi. Lofazo, of course, another reminder out of the competition. Well, this will be the end of the game. Maybe the end of the competition for Lincoln Oliveira. It's the second time he's gone down in a matter of minutes, and it's become a little bit stop-start, hasn't it, Bruno? Just when we thought maybe if the GMG's equalised, this game could start taking off, but another injury, stop-start, and we've seen this happen with Brazilian sides before. So it can be a little bit stop-start. Bit of gamesmanship. I'm not saying this is, but in previous games we've seen that. Not in this occasion.
No, they've been very clever with game management, haven't they, the Brazilian sides? But yeah, the stoppages taking the sting out of the game every now and again. There's no crime in saying it. It's not the game we were expecting or anticipating. And as I say, the thing that's bringing the excitement is the unknown. It's the where it's going to go, it's who's going to win. That's what we don't know. It's the unpredictability of the outcome.
Yeah, it's so difficult, isn't it? If someone said to you, Bruno, who do you think's going to win?
No,
it's
you're not really they're not really establishing any patterns of play, are they?
No. It is very stop-start, very scrappy. Apart from, as we said, there's those final 2 minutes where it really started to all explode and all happen. All kicking off here. Dendele to come forward.
Oh yeah, it's caught him.
This could be a yellow, you know. He's going into his pocket. There was a foul, obviously, and they pulled their secret card right away, DMG. They're going to have a player in the sin bin for 2 minutes, and no complaints, can he really, if you think about it?
You'd imagine it's suspension then, they've got the card, because they're going to want to level this at 6 against 6.
Yeah. That would be a
wise move. Logical decision to react once you've had a player.
Unless like a penalty just to quickly go ahead again, but even if that were the case, you'd try and hang on, wouldn't you? So you're right, we'll find out very soon. It could make sense, logical. First, though, we're going to have this free kick. Dendele them. Can they make the most of this potentially very brief numerical advantage? As there, Gian Pedro organises his wall. He's played short. And it came off the ceiling, didn't it? Off the roof. Now we come across, we'll find out, Bruno, whether you're right, which I think you will be, because 99% of the time you are.
I have to do the easy joke and say that's not what my wife says, but
it's not what she says. It's not what she says, because 99% she's right. And the other 1% of the time, she didn't really hear you properly.
Secret to life. Having that understanding.
Yeah, compromise.
Percentages at home.
Compromise. It's all about compromise, ladies and gentlemen.
So it is a suspension, and it's Guillerme they've taken out.
Yeah, interesting one. Interesting one. Taken out, also known as G-U-I. So it is 6v6. DMG, of course, will be back to 7 before Dendele. Brought in the sin bin, whereas Guy, very French sounding, isn't it? Guy. It's the 4 minutes then to serve. This suspension, so secret card used right away by DMG. We wait to see what Dendele. But they have Fortnite secret cards. Chat to us about Fortnite because Privé yesterday we were so tired. Straight to bed. Although I know Bruno maybe will quite watch the odd episode of The Office.
Yeah, just brushing up on my office skills.
Good man. It is important, of course. It is cult. We've got to know those quotes.
Yeah, that's true. If anything, it should be rewarded.
Yeah. drums are back. Let's see if the goals are going to be back soon. That's what we want to see. 4 goals here at the Cupra Arena. So you shield it there in that far corner. Little goal. Just trying his best. Just was hacking on it, wasn't he? Hacking.
If he got a bit of leg, then
yeah,
fine by him.
Well, we also know we spoke a lot about the Samba style, the beautiful football play by Brazil, but they also do have a lot of tough tackling defenders, don't they?
And midfielders. Dunga.
Dunga, yeah.
Emerson.
Gilberto Silva.
Gilberto Silva.
Although he was a bit more box to box, to be fair, but he still had that bite.
Emerson was.
Oh, wow.
Rough, wasn't it?
Won't want to mess with him out on the pitch. Oh, no. A bit like Taburgo. Want to cross paths with him, would you? Although when he took a knock, oh, I need treatment, oh, here are it for the cameras.
Let's go to show sometimes the hardest men.
Yeah, the harder they are, the harder they fall.
The ones that you don't see coming.
Yeah. His arm's still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of the Kings League. Just letting it breathe. Bolt fizzes it out wide. Nice run by Luisinho. Number 11, Luisinho, not number 99. We're going to take it. Luisinho, safety first from him. Now, Team G, of course, back to 7. Dendele still a man short, but they're looking to come forward on the break. Here comes Dendele, the men in orange. The orange. Team in orange are not quite playing total football, far from it.
Oh, what a ball.
Very good ball and a very good save. Marcelinho denied.
It's gone down.
I think.
Oh, it's a hammy.
I think he's hurt himself in the process, hasn't he? The Dendele keeper.
He went down like a sack of potatoes, didn't he?
¿Cómo estás?
Yeah, gets up.
¿Puedes? ¿Quieres asistencia?
It's on the way up, isn't it? That he hurts himself, I think.
Yeah, hamstring all the time when you get up.
Vamos.
Head on up when you're down.
Gracias. Venga.
So the clock has been stopped.
Again.
Venga, Dendele. Vamos. Michael. Come on, vente. Come on.
And it's not the drum that is making the noise.
No. That's a little sort of tambourine, sort of Bez. Do you remember Bez? From Happy Mondays.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. What was the bongos he played? It was the bongos. It was the bongos. Just chipped in. Dendele just got to hang on a few more seconds. DMG, that's fizzed over. And now we'll back to the. We'll be back. We are back to 7v7. No more numerical disadvantage. The keeper back up on his feet by Con. So Dendele still with that secret card. President, are we going to have them or not? We've not seen.
They've all been pulling out today, haven't they?
Not seen them, unfortunately. We love to see them. We always enjoy the presidential penalties.
A lot of bottlenose dolphins today.
Yeah. There he is, Eric Kaka. Lincoln. Well, the atmosphere and the noise is probably the most exciting thing that's happening right now. See out on the pitch, something can happen. A little spark maybe from Eric Kaka still. Nice run, but unable to keep it in play. Maybe there's those drums just distracting, I'm not sure. Oh, very, very loud indeed. So, very nice little finale there to that beat. Little, I don't call it a song, but
a little number.
Little number, that's a nice move, isn't it? say probably the best thing about this second half, bar maybe Marcelino's goal. Nothing really has happened. That's not. Oh yes, we've got it.
No bottling today,
ladies and gentlemen. We got it. The presidential penalty, and it's going to be Dendele. Here come Dendele. In the meantime, looking to score from open play. DMG holding firm. Still there, Lincoln giving away, chance on the break, Leo goal, nice pass, here he is, my favourite, Marcelinho! Flexes the muscles, and boy, he has muscle, and goals as well in the bag.
Well, I thought he'd gone the wrong way, because he cut over to his right foot. It seems as if the ball sort of got away from him, as if he's reaching for it with his right foot, and I thought, nah, no chance. Somehow rifles it into the roof of the net. 4-3 to Desempedidos. And one of the few things that have happened in this second half, there was a little moment of brilliance, of good finishing, of creativity, acceleration from Marcelino. Now we get a penalty with a controversial figure, the Dendele president.
Yep. So that suspension was tied to his antics in the last game when he came on the pitch complaining. And there were some unsavoury gestures, those who were following that day. Well, can he redeem himself? And as he looks to lift the Dendele supporters, he's got the Tronos beside him. The crazy ball. The crazy taxi, yeah. Say good podcast. So he's got the boots on, the football trainers, should I say. Can he get the better though? The DMG keeper. This to make it 4-4, and he makes it 4-4. As cool as you like.
Oh, here we go.
And this is why he is at times a very controversial character.
Where's he going now? Look, where's he going now?
Cool. Across to the Dendele bench. He's going across to the Dendele bench and not the DMG bench, then that is okay.
No, he was going to the DMG bench.
Oh, well, in that case...
threw the ball at them.
That's not okay, then that is not... Well, listen, he could be getting another sanction for this. The Dendele president. Listen, it's a shame because it overshadows what was a very good penalty.
It was a very good penalty. His players have to take him off. They're telling me, calm down.
Calm down, calm down.
Goalkeeper did very well to keep his cool there.
Someone's lost their accreditation. It's not my one. It's not my one, is it?
I've seen that before.
Yeah, it's not my one, is it? If anyone's found it. I think Bodas find for me yesterday, which was very helpful. And they hit back with a Brezzi penny of their own.
Oh,
DMG.
This is nice. It's heated up the game a little bit. You know, sometimes you like to see a bit of aggro.
Yeah.
See a little bit of handbags.
Handbags and the glad rags.
And you can see exactly. You can see a little bit of anger amongst the players. They're still talking to each other.
This would be if you watch the highlights of this game, oh wow, 4-4, but it doesn't really paint the full picture, does it? As we wait now, the DMG.
Oh look, missed the broken arm. Well, I just saw him put his backpack on. Really twisting his arm, so it must be.
Oh, hang on! You know that in England that brings bad luck, opening up a.
It does, yeah.
An umbrella inside.
I think in many places, no.
I think so, mate. I think so, and there he is. Well, clearly faking that shoulder injury just to get a bit of sympathy. No sympathy from me, that's for sure. You know. Will it be raining goals, raining penalties, or? Will we see a Toburgo penalty be missed here? Will he fluff his lines? He's trying to psych out the Dendele keeper here. Mr. Toblerone, no, I beg your pardon, Toburgo. He's got that baby doll, the doll in his backpack. This time I think, was it Dragon Ball Z? Last time it was Lilo and Stitch, wasn't it? Likes to vary it.
Could be the second goal by father of a reborn baby, was it?
Newborn baby, reborn newborn baby, yeah.
Ah, that was phenomenal stats and info that you were offering us yesterday. I didn't think we wouldn't see another one, but...
We may see another one.
We may see another one.
He's lacing up those boots. Umbrella to the left, he may need it. Should he score? Maybe pelted with something from the Dendele supporters. The much tattooed Toburgo misses! And this time, the baby is crying. And the baby needs changing.
Well, the goalie's gone to celebrate in his face, which is not something I would do to Udo. But at least he accepts.
Yep.
He accepts when he misses that he's got to keep quiet and get his head down.
Yeah, he's now going to bed that baby without any dinner after that miss.
So no more bizarre stats for today.
Unless it's the
next.
first penalty miss of a new reborn baby.
Check complete.
Interesting to see what the Brazilian casters say about that one. I'm just waiting to see if they ping me across a message or not. Pedro and company. Talking on Brazil, by the way. Stay with us, got a big announcement. Simple as that. Won't say no more. No more. Spoiler alert. So approaching those final couple of minutes before those final 2 minutes. Actually, we can have a golden goal as things stand. But there's that secret card. It could be a penalty or a shootout. Could be a penalty or a shootout.
It's one or the other, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That is for sure.
That I promise you.
Or a joker.
Oh, yes, well, yep. Good thing I didn't say something like, bank my house on us when they say, oh, you didn't say joker. Have they played it? I think they have, haven't they? They've called it their secret card. Dendele. Here we go, Bruno. The moment of truth.
Joker it
well
is.
done,
Joker.
Bruno.
Had a lot of jokers
yeah,
there.
Here we have, yeah. Bravo, Bruno.
Someone should shuffle those cards.
Sì.
Pênalti nosso, mano.
Joker.
It's obviously going to be a penalty.
Penalty,
It is a penalty.
The right call. The only call.
The right stuff. And here he goes. Cagnotto. Now this could be massive. Putting them ahead. Putting them in the driving seat. Unless it's Lincoln to take. He's got the ball. Is it under his jersey? Almost Totti-style celebration when he scored, you may remember. He was waiting his first child with Hilary Blasi. They're no longer together. Now, Cagnotto. Lengthy run up. Cagnotto looking to crack it in! A Cagnotto cracker once again. They have the edge going into the closing stages here. Dendele within touching distance on the brink of winning this all-Brazilian battle.
Very, very, very close. It's another one of those that when the goalkeeper dives, that little arc when they dive between the arm and sort of the ribs, very difficult to make up for that space. And that's where that penalty was drilled. So Cagnotto scores. He's on 4 for the tournament. Their top goal scorer so far.
Yeah, not had
Spider-Man, there we go.
Wow, we mentioned Superman, didn't we, earlier? Was it Superman? Or Superhuman? Or
we did, yeah, Superman.
We spoke about Fortnite.
Yeah.
We've got Spider-Man in the house as well. Catches fleas and catches flies. Watch out. Here comes the Spider-Man, and watch out, here comes the Raging Bull. Never mind Spider-Man. Here is the Raging Bull looking to make it 6.
Oh, nice.
Can they make it 6? There's your answer. They can't for now.
What a clearance off the line.
Yeah.
It was wonderful build-up play from Dendele.
That's more like it. That's what we wanted to see. We expected that, didn't we, going into this game when we were previewing it together earlier in our pre-match show and our pre-show as well. Now, space opening up, bit of tiredness creeping in. Lincoln Oliveira unable to hit the target.
Almost, eh?
Almost, though. It was a real good effort. Can't fault the effort. Far from it, final minute. Can DMG take this to a golden goal situation? It is Leo Goal. Bolt. Loses out there. Chance on the break. Oh, Eric Kaka. Oh, just couldn't bring it into his stride, could he? Still Dendele. A good position here. They've got the throw. Final 20 seconds or so. Then there's final 2 minutes. Going to be a very quick turnaround as we go into these closing stages. Clock goes. Countdown is on. The buzzer. About to get the buzzer. And there it is. Then delay then with that penalty. Using their joker card to perfection. Also full marks to Laqueta as well. He kept his cool. Taburgo. The tail spins out. And his head hanging in shame. It's going to be a very quick turnaround then. Quick word from both coaches here. We'll also try. See if we can hear anything that's being said.
There's a player injured on the pitch as well.
Yeah, it's...
All DESIMPEDIDOS.
Well, that's right, the DMG medical staff currently out there. Laqueta's outside of his booth looking to just rally the troops then. There, Luisinho. Side, Burgos. Looks very disappointed, doesn't he? Very upset. Shattered man after that. A broken man, but hey, all they need to do is score once and they go ahead. They're still in it. They certainly would have taken this head on. Kick off, that possibility to be just a goal away from winning it. It's very difficult to hear anything, isn't it, with all the noise that's being made, especially behind the Dendele goal. They are bouncing up and down, and the drums are currently taking a little break. The trumpet as well.
When we said about the fine margins in the Kings League, this game has been the perfect explanation of that, because it's presidential penalty and a penalty for Dendele, which has put them on 5-4 when they were 4-3 down, because DESIMPEDIDOS missed their penalty. So that is really what has put them in the lead and could see them qualifying for the quarterfinals, when on the evidence of what we'd seen before that, it was DESIMPEDIDOS who were winning the game. So, you know, it's a president scoring or a president missing, and you're home or you're in the next round.
Yeah. The countdown begins then. They're just 2 minutes away. Dendele from booking a quarter-final berth, keeping the dream alive. We know Brazil are the world champions, the national team of the Kings League, and are we going to have a club side from Brazil to win the crown as the ball is dropped? Dendele with the head, but there's a player down.
There's always something, isn't there?
There's always something, isn't there?
Between these two sides, they go in with a bit too much verve for that ball dropping from the cage.
Too much oomph. Cagnotto, Tuco, Marcelinho, and Leo Goal, one of those four, is going to be having a chat shortly with Giusy Meloni, our host for our MVP Bazaar interview. Post-match. Now Bolt. Just to win back the ball, sent off earlier, or rather sin-bin for a yellow card, so a little bit of a break. Will he be the freshest man out there? And here he is, Bolt, looking for his options. Leo Goal, still Leo Goal, has to get back quickly. Dendele on the break, and they rubber stamp this win here, seal it in added time. Still a minute to go.
You think Leo Goal will be disappointed if they get knocked out today by what he's done in this game?
Oh, that was very close, wasn't it, for Marcelinho? Now Eric Kaka, the number 10 for Dendele. Yeah, he will be. He will be. Hasn't been his best performance. He hasn't really managed to impose himself, has he, as he had done in previous games. Holbrook went out there, but I think just 6 and 2 threes, two players just tussling for the ball. Whoa! Oh, what's going on here?
Push the Toro Loco almost into the cameraman.
Wow. Try telling them it's just a bit of fun. Far from it.
He's back up on his feet.
Yeah.
Honestly, the cameraman there was almost knocked out.
Hey, Captain!
Bull in the Cupra Arena. Truco. 3 minutes of added time. Truco's ball. Only into the path of a Dendele jersey. This could be it! Another chance on the rebound! And that should seal it! That should be it! Dendele's Gabriel makes it 7-4. 3-goal cushion with less than 3 minutes to go.
And you can see the reaction from the Desimimpedidos players falling to the ground. Despair, heads in hands. They know it's all over. Been knocked out here by Dendele, who, as we said earlier, probably hadn't been the better side, but the president scored the penalty. They scored had a good card and scored their penalty. And then they've taken that over into the added time and scored with Decisive trying to push forward. So it's a difficult defeat for DMG, but somebody had to go home.
Yeah, it's tough to take for them. It's tough to take, and pretty much, as we said in the first half, all the action really coming very much towards the end. Those central parts of the first and second game were relatively dull, shall we say. Let's be honest, let's be objective, let's not make too much of what actually went on, and let's be honest with our viewers at home. And then maybe just get the goal back, reignite those fading hopes. Another minute of added time has been added on after those celebrations, Bruno, so it's now 4 minutes of added time, so 2 minutes to go here, and so the fine margins were key. Had Toburgo maybe scored his penalty,
exactly,
he would have actually gone ahead. Here we go, this really could be good night, but the keeper rides that challenge and chips it upfield, but no, just keep it on the deck there, in my opinion, Bruno. Keep it on the deck.
He was rushed in that decision.
So Cagnotto, Tucco, Cagnotto leading the way then. Set to be the MVP, and Dendele marching on with Luquetta in the presidential booth. He played a big part in this win, although then over till it's over, but seeing the situation, seeing the way DMG reacted to that goal and the despair and the heads appear to have dropped and appears to have knocked the wind out of their sails. And that certainly won't help their cause either. Need to do more than in possession, DMG, into that final minute then. Well picked out. Now, Leo goal. Ooh. There's a foul then. Chances to get a ball into the box here. Celinho. Yeah, no need for a card, of course, but certainly a foul. Now, Luisinho. Now, Marcelinho! Well. There's only 20 seconds to go. Well, they do reduce the arrears, DMG. They need to act very fast. I don't think the clock is on their side, and it could just be a consolation. They've certainly made it nervy for Dendele in these closing stages, the dying embers.
Well, it would be the moment of the tournament if they were to turn this around, but no, there's not enough time. So the Brazilian derby does fall the way of Dendele. As always, vociferous celebrations from their president and the other members of the booth. As the Decisive players are knocked out yet again by a Brazilian side. Well, of course, the Kings League Brazil are knocked out by a Brazilian side, but here it's Dendele who have cut their run short in Paris. So they look to join FURIA in the next round. They join Fluxo for the time being. FURIA, of course, playing the last fixture today against KARASU. They'll attempt to have 3 Brazilian sides in the quarterfinals. Canhoto is the MVP. Started the game very well with a couple of goals, and then, like the rest of the team, just a collective effort with not too many individual performances shining above the rest. Well, they celebrate with those fans who, as we say, have been probably the noisiest and the largest in quantity this week, other than the French sides or the Moroccans. There have been a lot of travelling fans from Brazil with the blue and yellow colours of the Canarinha, supporting Locos, supporting Dendele in this victory. So we do have 7 of the 8 quarterfinalists already lined up, getting closer and closer to the finishing line in this Kings World Cup edition 2025. Getting closer and closer to La Défense on Saturday. We've got a couple of days left here at the Coupe Arena in Villa Pont. See just what it means to them, beaten side from their same country. At least there has been sportsmanship in this one once it has finished, because we saw some nasty scenes last time around with Dendele. This time, though, it has been friendlier between the 2 Brazilian sides, and there is that celebration walking across on their knees. Rafinha doing that for Football Club Barcelona, winning La Liga this season. I don't know if they'll do the entire pitch or if they'll just go up until the halfway line, but it's a surface that definitely burns the knees, especially look at that, who's wearing shorts. Flamengo shirts in amongst the fans, one of the most popular sides in Brazil. That is the game that is coming up, but this is the bracket. As we said, Dendele taking on the defending champions of Porcinos. It is 2 Brazilian sides. It could be 3 if FURIA defeat KARASU, but KARASU will try and make it 3 French sides in the final 8. So another interesting game to finish off proceedings, and now we are finally going to hear from Canhoto pitch side.
And now we are live, and the MVP of this match is right next to me, Canhoto, the MVP of this Brazilian derby. So, first of all, how are you feeling? This was a great performance, the one that you just gave us.
Desculpa não entender muita coisa, mas eu acho que essa vitória aqui, dedicar aos meus companheiros, dedicar o Eco que ficou de fora a todo momento apoiando nós, isso daí faz a diferença para nós dentro de campo, e graças a Deus a gente saiu com a vitória daqui.
And of course, he is sharing this win with all of his teammates and for the fans that showed up today at the arena. Now, please take this marker and sign this shirt here in this very right spot. There you go. Thank you very much, Canhoto. Thank you. Incredible game. See you next time. And of course, we are reminding you that this very shirt is right now on sale on our app on Bazaar. So go find it, be quick, because it's gonna go really fast. Lucky you, it's not the only item we have on sale. Every jersey, official jersey of the competition is in this very moment on our app. So get the app, get ready. Ciao.
Você achou que eu não ia invadir, Tauê? Você achou que eu não ia invadir, Tauê? E aí, Gagugol? Pode não, vem cá, Gagugol. Encosta aqui, ó.
Vem, Gagugol, vem.
Minha família, olha só. Invadi a Cubra Arena. Me juntei com todos os presidentes mais Luiz Paulo Folha porque tem coisa nova pra vocês. Tem coisa boa. Eu sei que a gente tá naquela mescla de situação, feliz por um time, triste por outro, mas tá na hora de novidade. Antes da novidade, alô minha bateria, rufa o tambor aí pra galera. Agora peço a todos os nossos presidentes façam um semicírculo em volta, porque está na hora. Eu vou dar a volta aqui, todo mundo se preparando. Calma, eu vou acionar aqui.
Aciona, Big.
Está acionado, quando eu contar 3, vocês apertam. 1, 2, 3!
Vem pro Brasil, vem pro Brasil. Vem pro Brasil, vem pro Brasil.
O Brasil, Kings Leagues em Brasil. O Brasil, Kings Leagues em Brasil. King World Cup, all the counters em Brasil. Todo mundo joga bonito, vem pro Brasil que eu te explico. Chuva de gol, pega o shootout, aqui vai ser com. Pega essa torcida, sente a bateria, futebol todo dia, essa é a nossa vida.
É o país do futebol. Vem pro Brasil,
Kings Leagues em Brasil.
Vem pro Brasil, vem pro Brasil.
É brasileirinho, era a novidade que vocês queriam. Como diz Tauê Neves, então toma, Luiz Paulo Folha.
O Mundial é lá em casa!
Well, Tom, remarkable news. You did say
É isso. Ela veio, a Copa do Mundo de Nações da Kings tem casa. E que casa, hein, Michel? Ó, a gente já tá fazendo uma festa linda aqui em Paris. Agora, o mundo não sabe o que esperar até a Copa do Mundo de Nações no Brasil.
Muito feliz em receber, eu acho que o Brasil é o país que tem mais...
Pera aí que tá molhando, dá um passinho pra trás.
Tá molhando? Bom, foi, agora foi. Eu acho que o Brasil tem o maior carisma para receber esse campeonato. Eu acho que os brasileiros estão sempre acima de tudo do futebol, do carisma, da piada, da resenha. Acho que esse cara aqui fala mais do que o que eu tô falando aqui. Parabéns, Toguro, você foi gigante hoje. Vamos levar pro Brasil que é nosso, é nóis.
Então deixa eu falar com o homem. O que tu vai preparar para a Copa do Mundo na tua casa? Já pensou onde vai levar a galera, os conteúdos?
Não tô muito bom para responder essa pergunta agora. Infelizmente, o nosso time não veio a ir para a próxima fase, né? Volto para casa com um sentimento que poderia ter feito o pênalti ali, mas acho que tem algo maior por vir. Tem algo maior para os nossos jogadores, merecemos. Todos os jogadores, eu fui egoísta no começo do campeonato, achando que só o meu time era humilde. Julguei muito o time da Fúria, julguei muito o time do Dendele lá na frente. Falei, mano, os caras é mala. Depois que eu conheci um pouco mais a galera da Fúria, eu falei, mano, todo mundo é humilde, todo mundo merece o que tá acontecendo agora junto à Kings League aí, todo mundo é merecedor. O presidente tá aqui para trazer entretenimento. Calma.
Palestra.
Deixa eu falar com o Cris, pera aí. Ô,
Por
Cris,
favor, eu já ia te puxar pra cá, irmão.
Ô, Cris, você ainda tem um jogo pra disputar, é isso?
O Toguro não para de falar, pô. Toguro, fala aqui pro Brasil, agora você é Fúria?
Era o momento que eu estudei.
Agora você é Fúria?
Calma, o momento que eu estudei pra falar aqui.
Gente, calma. Essa resenha a gente vai poder fazer e fazer muito em casa, tá? Porque a Copa do Mundo de Nações é nossa, Murilão.
É nossa, Nobruzeira, você e Gagugol que já estão com vaga nas quartas de final. Momentinho rápido, eu preciso saber de vocês. Qual é a sensação de ter a Copa em casa?
Sensação sinistra, se não for pedir muito. Quero só fazer um gol do Gagugol no Maraca e o resto já tô 100% realizado. Parabenizar o Toguro também aí pela coragem. Ontem o presidente do outro lado não veio, ele foi lá e bateu. Hoje bateu também e infelizmente errou e deu nós, mas parabenizar esse cara aí que é incrível. Tamo junto.
E você, meu mano Nobras?
Tem nada que falar, né, mano? Basicamente feliz demais. Mundialzinho rolando em casa, querendo ou não, a gente pôde acompanhar a final linda que foi construída aí, tanto pelo Dendele quanto pela Fúria. O Allianz lotado, mais de 40 mil pessoas assistindo a Kings League Brasil. Então imagina o que a gente vai fazer no Mundial. Esquece, vambora, filho.
Ô, Folha, eu acho que o Cris tá nervoso pra ele tentar correr atrás da vaga dele também, né?
Bora. Vai acabar o aquecimento dos meus atletas.
Vai, tem que liberar, o homem quer jogar, filho.
É Brasil contra a França, reeditar a final de 98. Vambora.
Então antes, já que é lá em casa, solta o som, bateria!
So let's head into that final game. After the celebrations on the field and the big announcement, we do have a Brazilian side finishing off proceedings today after the derby. FURIA taking on KARASU, the French side. Leleti who was the overall MVP of the Kings League in Brazil and has really shone so far here in Paris for FURIA up against KARASU. They highlighted Guilherme Feitosa. He's been brilliant, hasn't he? The former University of Pittsburgh player, especially in those one-on-one situations. So electric, so pacey, so good at finishing, and he'll be needing to play at his very best if they are to stand a chance against the side that everybody feels are the big favourites to win the crown at La Défense on Saturday.
They are, but having said that, we'll see how FURIA are faced today against KARASU, because you can't really judge the team on those early games, early fixtures, can you? It's this stage here when we have this round of 16 battle, the final one, Bruno. So there's only one spot available in the quarterfinals of the competition. And so talking of competition, we just saw a few moments ago the unveiling of the venue of the next Kings World Cup Nations 2026, January 2026. Some would say the home of football. I think the Spanish, the Italians, the English, the Germans would disagree with that one, of course, but the Brazilians say the home of football in Brazil and Rio de Janeiro. So that's all to come, but first we've still got so much action here at the Kings World Cup Clubs in Paris 2025.
Indeed, exciting times ahead in the long term, in the mid-term and in the short term with this game between FURIA and KARASU as the cards are drawn. Let's see if they are as important as they were in the previous game between Dendele and DESIMPEDIDOS. As we have one final French side playing in the last 16. They've all been very impressive. KARASU, they lost against Zeta. They beat GR7 on penalties, and they beat SXB quite comfortably by 7-3 in that last chance game.
Yeah, we didn't expect SXB to bow out and to be beaten in the manner in which they did. And talk of SXB, the side from Saudi Arabia, we also unveiled, didn't we, Kings League MENA last week as well. So many exciting announcements, and talking of excitement, we're all set for the fourth and final game of the day, Bruno. Andiamo, ale!
There we go, the two players that they highlighted for us behind the scenes. Feitosa and Leleti. The players who have really shone in this competition. You can see the boos from the French fans trying to make the most of that home advantage as Leleti's shot is right down the middle. Guilherme Feitosa sprints down the other end. This will be an open goal. This will be the first strike of the game. KARASU 1, FURIA 0.
Well, that's what home support can do, can't it, Bruno? The home fans getting behind their boys, behind their team, and making it a very intimidating atmosphere for FURIA. Of course, they've certainly have the experience to overcome it, but listen to that. And that could play into the hands of KARASU, who leads.
Well, they're booing Leleti again as he passes it to the goalkeeper, who makes no mistake. It is Vidal who scores his first goal of the tournament, and just enough to silence those fans momentarily.
Well, as we're saying, it's going to take more than that to derail FURIA. They're back on track, 1-1.
So it's Molo and Bilal. Into the roof of the net. 2-1 to KARASU. Well, they need to be playing at their very best. They need their finishing to be on point, and that it has been in this opening minute and a half.
Well, are we witnessing the early makings of another Kings League Classic after the game we saw earlier between Porcinos and the Xbuyer team? Who knows?
Am I going to get lucky today with these two games on?
Yes.
Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. It's a joint effort.
It's a joint effort. Hey, we work together as a team.
We both go down when the times are tough. And
Robin to your Batman, absolutely. Or your Goose to your Maverick.
Oh,
Maverick and Goose. That's going back in time. Anyway.
Well, here is the cousin, Molo. Shots down the middle.
Cousin of, sorry?
Gignac.
Oh, wow.
I wonder if Gignac follows his games.
Wow.
Wouldn't be listening to us, of course, as there is a French stream available.
Unless he's listening maybe abroad and just gone directly on the YouTube channel. Anyway. We like to imagine Gignac what he's doing right now.
The boos continue around the arena. Probably the loudest boos we've heard all week.
Maybe you see maybe a little bit, but yeah, it's a different level. Another level. Dane Bowers can testify.
Big celebrations as well every time there's a misplaced pass or an interception or a tackle, like on that occasion on Leletti. That is Jeffinho. Jeffinho's shot takes a deflection. It'll be a corner kick.
Great start. Great start. It's set the pace, hasn't it? Set the tone for this fixture.
And just letting FURIA know that it's not going to be easy. So Vidal will leap out. Jeffinho. Ooh, Jeffinho cuts inside. Ooh, saved just about by Bilal.
Yeah. It's a bit of a nervy moment for KARASU. Very nervy moment.
Tosa gives away the pass, not on the same wavelength as Fouad Kadir.
Just put it on those jerseys, that badge in the middle that FURIA have. Their shirts.
Brazilian champs, of course. That's the second side in the French competition, and they've scored one back. How many times have we seen Brazilian teams scoring that goal? The pass out wide, the crossing, and the player making the late darting run, and it was Dendel.
Absolutely no question marks of handball, and no question marks of offside. 2-2, and as we said, this is turning out to be a real ding-dong battle. Goals being fired in at both ends of the pitch.
Talking of ding-dong, knockdown ginger, is that what you called it, or different game in different areas of England, different name?
Yeah.
Knockdown ginger for you?
No. It must be a different name in the Midlands to your part of England.
Down south.
Yeah, south of the river. Guildford.
Absolutely, yeah. No local football team, unfortunately.
I'm proud.
Very proud, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Bilal playing it out like the Brazilians. Not there though, Kadir. Not there. Oh, Bilal makes the save. 3 players make sure that there's no follow-up from FURIA. That pass almost found Kadir.
You have to applaud.
Playing good football though, aren't they, KARASU?
You have to applaud that. That was great football all round from both sides. The attacking intent as well, and the tracking back as well. Brilliant, but all one can do is applaud. This has been a brilliant game so far.
Now it's Dedo. Jeffinho. Jeffinho takes a couple of blocks. Well, I was going to say, you don't want it to fall to that man, but he thought he was letting it run out of play, but Sandro Molo was very intelligent to come in behind and clear the danger. A lot of goals today, haven't there?
Yeah, it's been fantastic.
10 plus 15, 25 plus 13, 38 goals. Plus these 4, 42, wow. Very impressed with my mental arithmetic.
I'm very impressed as well.
Oh, I'm quite pleased with myself, yeah.
You should be. You should be at this time of night as well, after hours of broadcasting, streaming, casting. To still be able to come up with the numbers just like that on the spot. It's very impressive indeed, and that's the difference between an amateur, a rookie, and a pro.
Well, and it's down to that. Cross! Fired in, Bilal just got him the leg in the way. It was the Cisco twins, Lipao and Leletti, looking to combine. Lipao number 10, Leletti number 11. There is Leletti! Into the top corner. Some looks of frustration from the French fans, but there's nothing you can do about a finish like that.
Well, you said, didn't you, that they were looking for each other, weren't they? Lipao and Leletti. They're two star men, and FURIA have hit back, and they now lead in this game. They have advantage over KARASU, the French split one finalist, against, of course, the team we were talking about, the Brazilian champions, FURIA.
So this is Molo. Carrier. Interception. Won't be giving the ball away there against FURIA. Dendel battles away to keep possession. Let's leap out. Here is leap out.
Jaden Whistle was one of their best players as well. They fear him, so I think deep down that one should also give him a boost as well.
He gets cheered more than the rest, doesn't he?
Because they fear him, because he is such a good player. That's the reason why.
Dendel. Leap out. Pellegrini. Pellegrini shot blocked by 3 KARASU players. Now Jeffinho. They continue to sing in behind that goal. Bilal is in between the sticks. Pellegrini will take the long route back to Vital. Interception. Oh, a bit of wrestling going on there.
Thank you very much.
Nice stuff for you, a bit of Eddie Guerrero. And,
yes. Oh, frog splash.
Let's see exactly what happened there. I'm going to keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner. Yeah. All kinds of grabbing going on.
Talking of grabbing, you can grab all these jerseys and much, much more, you know, online.
Oh, before. To that, there was a foul. Yeah, you were saying.
No, they were trying to then grab a goal, weren't they, at this end? But no, online, of course, we mentioned Kingsley.Pro. That could be a foul. It has to be a foul.
Yeah, it was down the other end.
Good.
For a moment, you sometimes think it could be a penalty. You think it's in the box, but no.
Yeah, so
yeah, you were saying.
Grab, sign items of your favourite MVPs, sign jerseys, balls, much, much more. In fact, yesterday, I remember we were told there could be also a PK, PK signed ball as well. So get on the bazaar.
Yeah, download the app.
Get involved. Get purchasing.
Lipao. Somehow keeps a hold of the ball. Leletti. Strikes it over the crossbar. You applauded there. You enjoyed that one.
Yeah. It's a vicious strike, wasn't it? Vicious strike.
Vicious, yeah.
Not my favourite member of the Sex Pistols, but
not my cup of tea.
More of a Johnny Rotten man myself.
A cup of tea all around, really. That's this.
I know, yeah, of course, we said it's not your kind of genre.
A bit loud.
A bit loud. Valetti, you've been singing his praises, haven't we? 'Cause that's really good work.
Oh, look at the move. Oh, he was looking to stun him at the near post, Ryan Lima.
19 goals in the Kings League Brazil for Valetti, top scorer. Now 5 in total, so he's on the way, isn't he, to matching the names we've been speaking about and chatting about, the likes of Lopez and Rossi.
It's difficult to pick between the two, isn't it? I mean, Lipao was named the best football 7-a-side player in the world last year. Between Lipao and Laletti, it's
always tight, yeah.
It's like choosing between your mum and your dad. It's impossible.
It is, it is. It's, at the moment, I'd say, if you had to say...
Oh, right, Lipao.
Yeah, if you had to ask me, I'd probably say at the minute, Lipao.
Right.
I mean, yeah, my mum probably as well. But it's just...
Jefinho finds some space in the middle. To Lipao. And on the other end, Ryan Lima almost volleys it back straight to Lipao. Dendel just about keeps it in play. Now it's Pellegrini. Lima. Slight slip from Lima as he backheels it to Donato, and he can't keep it in play. Wonderful turn amidst the pressure.
Under pressure.
From Marin. He's another one of those late arrivals. Came in for Mathis Henry, the artist.
Yeah, the wild card who is out for KARASU.
Take the quick throw in, the volley is on and it's in! It is Marino, it's Salim Abdou with the goal for KARASU. Well, they found a way back into the game. The most pragmatical of ways, just a throw in into the box, left-footed finish. Nice contact from Salim Abdou. That's a way to score his first goal of the tournament. 3-3 FURIA.
What a game, as we're saying, full of goals. There's only 14 minutes gone. We've been treated today, haven't we, Bruno? What a great day, action-packed day. The great thing is, tomorrow we've got more to come. The quarter-finals. Unbelievable stuff. We're going to find out whether it's going to be FURIA or KARASU, another French side or another Brazilian side. We do know no Kings League America sides are in the competition. They've all gone out.
Unfortunately, the best showing from the teams from Mexico.
Bruno, just what you were chatting about, it's actually the match day with the most goals scored.
Have they done the maths?
They have done the maths.
Exactly, with an S at the end.
Yeah. More than 40 fired in, and of course more to come, we assume. In fact, there must be, because...
Oh, yeah. It would be difficult, though, to have a day with more goals than this one.
Yeah.
And with the excitement of the ending of the Porcinos games, it's going to be very difficult to replicate that, but I'm sure we will have moments which will come close, or who knows, maybe even surpass it. Vidal takes the goal kick short. Pellegrini.
Can the boos start ringing around?
Letty. Jefinho took a deflection. Well cleared by Bilal, who kept a close eye on the ball. It's back with Letty. Pellegrini. Jefinho to Lipao. Overlapping run on the left, looking back towards Lee Pao. Ooh, slight moment of hesitation.
Looking back over his shoulder.
Cleared in the end, but he didn't get too much distance on it. Picked back up by Jeffinho. Looks to flick it over the top! Don't rule it out. Don't rule it out, please.
Please,
That should not be allowed to be offside.
Oh, it would be a travesty, wouldn't it? Should Lipao's goal be ruled out?
It is ruled out.
No.
They've ruled it out. It shouldn't be allowed. There should be a new rule. No offside for first-time bicycle kicks in the box with a ball that's been flicked over the defender.
Well, that's a travesty.
And if it does go to VAR, then it is a goal. It's kind of lost the, the effect of the moment.
It is going to VAR, Bruno. It is going to VAR.
Oh, is it a goal? It is a goal. See, oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. It just takes away, it sucks out the excitement of the moment. But we have seen the best goal. I'm going to go out, stick my neck out and say in the history of the Kings League.
In the history?
I'm going to say that.
I was going to say of the tournament, but if you're going to
Let's see who can come. Someone, you know, in the archives and say something better than that.
Okay.
That is a joke.
This is a challenge to the likes of Artur.
That is a joke.
Astrid, Adri, everyone behind the scenes. Is there...
Find me a better goal than that.
Has there been a better goal?
Find me a better goal than that.
Well, Bruno, certainly what we can agree upon is that this is the best goal of the tournament.
I think they just said in REPS, no, there's no better goal. So
there you go,
thank you for the confirmation.
Bruno, I bow down to you. The Kings League master, break it down.
Some will say, no, John Simpson actually on day 3 of the split 4 in Mexico scored. No. This is the World Cup. This is the biggest stage.
That was out of this world. And Bruno, you have got your moment after yesterday's drab games that you had.
No.
You've got your moment.
We were in it together.
Oh, listen, I was delighted to be here, mate. I was delighted to be Goose.
I was delighted to see that goal.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a strike. Oh, let's have it again, guys. Let's see it again. Let's get a replay again to see that. When there's a breaking play, of course. That is fabulous. Listen, words aren't enough. No adjectives are enough for that. Do it justice. But you're right, the stuttered celebration was disappointing.
It's a shame, isn't it? It's a shame. But it's the modern game. It's the modern game. We need to check. We need to do thorough checks. Make sure as they come forward again and Bilal makes another save.
Yeah. If you want, you can do a revoice afterwards.
For the same price, or?
Oh, no. 5 10 seconds.
I can't imagine having to revoice that. You told me you would have to revoice in Serie A.
Yeah.
It'd be impossible to get the real raw emotion and excitement of the moment across if you had to revoice that.
Can't be done.
Oh, tell me about the dice. Who have we got?
Oh, good question. Very good question. Fantastic question.
I'm not throwing you
There he is, there he is, our man. There he is. Well, there it is, Bruno. You asked the question, and there's your answer with that roll of the dice. Man who is loving it and loving life with the roll of the dice there, and here it is, Bruno.
Of course, it was El Maliki, your good pal.
Yep, who alongside me the other day on the pitch unveiled the Kings League manner. But look at this, Bruno, as I said,
scandalous. Scandalous.
I can't find the adjectives. There aren't enough adjectives to do that goal justice, is there in the world?
That's a good answer as well to the question I said yesterday, Lipao, or yesterday earlier, Lipao or Leletti, and he's almost answered it there, hasn't he?
I did say Lipao, didn't I? I think
you did, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you said Bob as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's all that excitement at the end of the first half. Let's see if we can keep the energy levels up in this second half. Oh, sorry, in these final 2 minutes, of course. Not even finished the first half, have we? So it's 1-on-1 with keepers. Keepers can't come out of the box in this 1-on-1. Feitos very good in this 1-on-1. They need him to be very good, but he can't get past there, though. And I think you shouldn't press the goalkeeper there. You should try and block the pass, but look at the speed he's got to get back. It's still there, though. It's a good save. Now there's going to be a chance for Feitosa down the other end. He takes on Vidal. Oh, he goes for the early shot and Vidal pulls off the save.
Yeah. Keeper's brilliant at both ends, Bruno. Keeper's brilliant at both ends.
So they'll have to bring the ball back to Bilal. Take Feidosa off. Bring on Molo, who maybe doesn't have that spark and acceleration that Feidosa does have. But he's got a more impressive family tree, that's for sure. Molo, oh, he's down. Is that a penalty?
Oh.
But he's got back up quickly. And he's looking across, sort of timidly asking the question. I don't think he's entirely convinced himself.
Here we go. Oh, that for me is a penalty. He's taking him down there. I'm so surprised they're not even going to check this. I'm shocked.
I think he's let himself go a little bit, but...
For me, that's blatant contact, but we play on.
We do play on with Molo. Onto his left foot! Goal for KARASU! Celebrations again in the Cupra Arena, here to our right. They're moving there, making the netting shake in front of us.
Bruno, therefore that's a bit of sporting justice after having a penalty appeal waved away, hitting back immediately.
That's
and
right.
Full marks to Molo.
Now they've brought on Leletti. This is a headache, having to defend him in a one-on-one. And it goes onto his right foot. That's, again, very well defended by Feidosa. Did at the start of the game, made sure that he always goes onto his right foot.
We are level, this game which has ebbed and flowed. But one of these sides go into the break with the advantage. Will we be on the level terms? So delicately poised. Here he goes with their star man, Leletti.
Leletti to take on Feidosa. This time he does find his left foot. What a finish he went for there. So it was quite a surprisingly quick shot.
Very clever little finish.
Yeah. Well, KARASU 4-4. Look, it's been so spectacular from FURIA, and especially the overhead kick. You get the sense that they're miles ahead, but it's 4-4. Could be 5-4, because this is going to be the last attack of the first half. And it's Marin, it's raced away from him.
There goes the half-time whistle, Bruno.
And it is half-time. It's been incredible once again inside the Cupra Arena. The energy, you can just feel it, you can sense it in the air. It's 4-4. We've seen one of the goals in Kings League history. And we've seen a spirited performance from KARASU. So despite all the excitement, all those goals are staying there with FURIA FC. Let's listen to the managers.
Vamos jogar o jogo. Tamo no jogo, beleza? Bate a bola, tira rápido. Começa, eu pedi. Começa em pé bom, tá? Em pé bom. Rian aqui. Respira um pouquinho. E Lipão lá, tá? Beleza? É, isso, você aqui. Começa em pé bom, vamos. Penalty shootout. Penalty shootout for FURIA.
So shootout, I thought maybe with a card being used at half-time that it would be a star player.
Yeah, or a penalty, maybe just to give that immediate edge.
And they're using their shootout very early. Let's see now if we can hear from KARASU.
Il est pareil, il a raison, Sabri. Quand toi t'as la balle, il vient pas te presser. Avance.
Alex, Salim, allez-y. Allez-y, allez.
Derrière ou devant?
Ouais, derrière, là, comme tu sens le mieux. Comme tu sens le mieux. Va fouette. Comme ça le mieux.
So a lot of tactics coming from Sabri Bezav, KARASU's head coach. And we're going to have Li Bao taking the shootout to try and start the second half with that lead.
There we go then, Bruno. Man who netted that wonder goal. Wonder goal again doesn't really do it justice, does it? And should he end up losing this game after a goal like that, that would be cruel as well, wouldn't it? But there's still a long way to go. Just not about winners, losers as yet.
They're going to try and put him off with the booze. Not sure it's going to affect him too much. It'll be water off a duck for Li Bao. He's got a very long way round. How has he managed to score that? How to score that.
Bruno, we spoke about Lofazo, didn't we? And we spoke a lot about Lofazo. Well, how about this man here, Lipao? This performance really putting down a marker on what he is all about. Looking to claim not only the top scorer prize, but also the player of the tournament. And with him in the side, anything is possible for FURIA.
Well, it's a player of the tournament performance. There's no doubt about it from Lipao. I mean, the goalkeeper did everything right, Bilal. He made him go a very long way around, left him with a very narrow angle, and he still had to lift it up over him, and a little dink, get enough spin on it for it to just go inside the far post. He's capable of the extraordinary, is Lipao.
Ball drops from the cage then, and now the second half officially begins. In that case, the card was played brilliantly. In those situations, you think, chapeau.
Yeah.
When it works out like that, brilliant. Great strategy from FURIA. Start ahead, and that little edge. But you just sense there's so much more to come. Brilliant game so far, riveting.
Out wide from Dendel. Couple of drops off the shoulder before it's cleared by Medigasem. Now Vital plays it to Lipao. Pellegrini just inviting KARASU to come and step out and press them. That's where they can try and find some spaces in behind. Still KARASU happy to step back a bit. Now they do jump out, and that's when they play the ball out wide to Lipao.
I was thinking we've seen the Italian champions go out, the Spanish champions go out, haven't we? The Brazilian champions, well, as things stand, they're not going to be going out. We've seen some big teams go out. That's incredible as well, Bruno.
Well, I don't know if anybody got a touch, did they not? It was straight in from Lipao. I need to see that again, because I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking straight out at the pitch from our position, where you can't really tell if anybody has touched it or not. But judging by the way he's celebrating, Bilal was not expecting it. He was not expecting it. You'd think you'd go for a cross on the bounce outside of the foot, but Lipao had other ideas.
He's left that presidential booth speechless, hasn't he, with that goal. It's not quite as good as that overhead kick, but it is certainly up there as another blockbuster from Lipao, and KARASU, trailing by 2, have called their presidential penalty.
Well, it's Lipao doing Kelvin Oliveira kind of things out here at the Cupra Arena. Someone has to fill in those large boots of the best player in the last two international tournaments we've had in the Kings universe. And it looks like Lipao is ready and happy to take over that role.
Now that presidential penalty in a big moment. They always are, aren't they, in these situations.
They've all got their Santos shirts on.
Well, remember, this is the chap who put the shirt on last time and he stood the tags on, didn't he?
Yes, yes. Oh, they're having a good time.
Even though they are losing, they're still enjoying the occasion. All smiles for them.
Down they come. Moving the music out.
That's very 1980s, isn't it?
But a very different looking piece of equipment.
That's for sure, yeah.
Something for the fans. He's got flip-flops on though.
In some ways it's quite good because we haven't actually had that today in terms of the spectacle side. Yeah, the show.
Flip-flops off.
Wow.
Obviously.
Barefooted.
Look, for me, barefoot over trainers all day long. You've got more of a feel for it, and he's executed that very well. So the penalty scored.
Look at that. It's Hamza who scores for KARASU to make it 6-5.
Well, a much-needed penalty scored by them. Good, solid finish into the bottom corner. He's still on there, taking his oh, he'd left his flip-flops on the pitch. He's still dancing his way up into the booth, Hamza. 50%, or one of the two presidents, it's Kamito and Hamza.
Yeah, the co-president.
That's right, yeah.
It's, you got Hamza, Kameto is the president, Hakai, and Casimiento, the latter, just friends.
All getting involved today as that ball is fired across by Lipao. Wonder who's going to win the MVP today.
Lipao. For now, it's got to be Lipao for now.
Are you okay?
You never know, things can still happen.
Okay,
The other presidential penalty. Well, they've got a good penalty shooter, FURIA in Crisquedes. Molo sends that one long. Oh, it's a nice turn from Gassim. Booted away back towards Bilal. Throws it out to the left. Now Kadir. So the stoppage means that we will get that presidential penalty.
He's got the boots on, not barefoot.
Not going barefoot, Grills. Just get this. All the gear and a lot of idea. At least that's what it seemed the other day. Childhood friend of Neymar, so if anything has rubbed off on him from those times growing up, then he should be fine. Some words from Bilal towards Crisquedes.
Crisquedes, top scorer amongst Kings League Brazil presidents, 7 goals out of 11. Kings League Brazil.
Oh no, that's terrible contact on the ball. It's completely scuffed it.
And KARASU celebrate, also because they've got their secret card still to play, and they're only trailing by a goal.
It's a horrific penalty from Crisquedes. Look at this here. Oh, I thought he seemed to be a baller on day one. No baller would be taking a penalty like that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, needs a few more tips from Neymar. It's good foul, it's good friends, really. Just scuffed it. And, well, I can only imagine what he was saying as he looked up to the roof and looked up to the ceiling there.
Down, takes his time. Plays it to Jefinho. Now Molo, seeing that. Pressing relentlessly up front, and he gets back into defence as well. Kadir. Marin. Ooh, almost found Kadir. Jefinho. More of a game on their hands than probably would have thought come the 25th minute. He's flowed into that challenge, but Leledi picks himself up quickly.
You just sense that when or if things do get tough, they can look to Lipao, though, to give them that spark and a moment of magic.
Oh, Leledi, how about that for pace? Bilal
and Leledi.
That punches it away. They do have options. Vital. Leletti. Still on the ball, Leletti. Jeffinho. Cannons into the sky, and Pellegrini, is it in play? It is. Picked up by Leletti. Dendel to Leletti. Well, we're seeing more of him than of Lipao in this second half. One's on the left, the other's on the right. Which means a lot of time we don't see them sort of merging together.
Oh, trouble here. Big trouble.
Smolo is going to see the yellow.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
And we know it's big trouble, and you're saying big trouble because it's FURIA, and when they play against 6 men, they're almost impossible to stop.
Yeah, we know the Brazilian side's so good, aren't they? When there's a little bit extra space, they rarely don't make the most of those opportunities. So it is trouble. With Sandra off. In 2 minutes then for FURIA to make the most of this.
So they've taken it quickly to Lipao. It's back with Lipao. Bilal makes the save at the near post. Catroca does well to turn away there. It's, an opening for Leletti. Over to Donato. And he flashes at that shot wide. Although it touched somebody. So it will be a corner. Lipao to Catroca.
Touch on his way through.
Leletti. And they're going to move it around as we always see them with the extra man. Waiting for the space. Catroca's shot is well blocked by Marin. He looked up to see if he could switch play. And he does. Does very well to bring that ball down.
Did he handle it though? Did he handle it?
That's what the some of the Brazilian players were saying.
Well, they're back on the ball, so they won't be too concerned, will they?
Leletti. Vidal has Dendel open in space. He plays it into the gap for Catroca. But there's just a little bit too much weight on that pass. 40 seconds to hold on here for KARASU. It will also have taken something out of them, all this running. Bilal goes long. Feidosa, it's a wonderful back heel. Marin can't lose the ball there. Did well to win it back without committing a foul, but Donato's won it again. Leletti shot blocked. Oh, and it falls favourably now to KARASU. And the Kadir finish off the move. Well, at least now they're going to have their 7th man back on the pitch as Dendel is down in pain.
Yeah, that's the only positive, Bruno, about that situation. They've got their man back, and they're 7v7, but they continue to trail by that single goal here. Clock has been stopped. Treatment coming on here for their number 14 dead of FURIA. The sense that FURIA are just capable of just keeping KARASU just at arm's length, and if they want to turn on the style, they can do that. I'm not saying they're toying with KARASU, but happy just to keep it this way, keep it around, just keep scoreline and keep things tight as they are. If they need to, they've got that quality, they've got those options to step it up here.
Well, this will be a much-needed respite for KARASU, this little stoppage in the game after the running they've been doing. They can try and pick up their energy levels again. Dendel heads it clear. Over the top. It's good defending from Gassem. Marin. Gassem, oh, well played. Kadir. Slowed it down a little bit. Molo Trouble with the step over.
Oh, could have been a
almost
costly
found
slip.
Gassem at the far post.
Oh, could have been a little costly slip there. Shows that KARASU, they continue to try and carve out openings. They're not out far from it.
Not at all, Abdul. That's a lovely ball. Kadir. Oh, Kadir with the reverse pass! Mehdi Gassem fires KARASU back into the game. It's 6-6. There are only 10 minutes left. FURIA have got a real battle on their hands. I don't think anybody could have anticipated that that would be the case with just 10 minutes left to go in the game. And that was also a wonderful goal from KARASU.
Oh, look at that. That shot on the turn. And now KARASU, having drawn level, immediately go to their secret card. Interesting to see what it's going to be.
Jefinho, and again, what we've been drumming into the commentary every day is that shot is saved by Bilal. The importance of the presidential penalty and the cards in these tight games. The presidential penalty missed by FURIA. It's costing them right now. Now let's see what that card is. What could it be?
Well, look what happened to DMG in the other game. They missed that presidential penalty and it gave the advantage, didn't it, to in that Brazilian with Dendele.
Double goal. Double goal for KARASU.
4 minutes, double goal.
Well, they have to score it, which is not the easiest of tasks, but...
Yeah. But they've shown they can, of course.
Oh, they scored 6.
Find the back of the net and make life hard for FURIA.
Oh, some screams here for a penalty. The counter-attack is on with Ryan Lima. Leleti. Lipao. Lipao! Saved by Bilal. Surely Lipao still has something to say in this game.
Yeah, looking to hit back after that equaliser from Mehdi Gassem, the captain, of course, just only 20 years old and already the captain, and we can see why they've clearly looked him to be the skipper of this side with that kind of technique and a goal like that. That's what he's got in his locker. It's made it very, very interesting, hasn't it?
That's a wonderful finale to a great day of Kings League football here in Paris. Does make our life much easier as well, doesn't it? When it's all-out attacking football, goals, 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 excitement.
Oh, we've been treated. We've been treated
Absolutely.
today. Of course, we know it can't be like this every day. Like even when you have World Cups and European Championships, they're not all 7-8 goal thrillers. But today, it's been an absolute pleasure. Always is a pleasure. Perus, don't get us wrong. Don't misunderstand.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, misunderstand
when
what
a
we're
lot
trying
of things
to say.
are happening on the pitch.
Yeah, don't want to be misunderstood, but when it's like this, it's just makes the job all that much more fun.
Absolutely. And it's almost 33 minutes on the clock. FURIA being pushed, the title favourites in many people's books. And pushed right to the wire here by KARASU. Could the French fiesta continue? Leleti. Leleti looking to curl it into the top corner. I could see you getting ready to jump up there.
It was had me off my seat.
Drogas corner. Flicked out for a throw-in by Guilherme Feitosa. Jefinho. Leleti back to Dendel. Jefinho. Jefinho's shot, another deflection, another corner kick for FURIA. And it's played quickly. Leleti wants to be back on the ball. Dendel on the edge of the box. Oh, the interception. It's going to fall to Vidal. Dendel. Catroca. Now Pellegrini. Jeffinho. Leti. Brought down by Libao. There is the skipper, Mehdi Gassem, doing very well to put his body across and force the foul out of Pellegrini.
That's more like it from the drums, like that. That's
I like
nice.
this, yeah.
Nice rhythm, nice beat to it.
It's got me moving. Oh, they're upping the tempo now.
Not too loud. Well, having said that.
Pellegrini wins the header. Gassem was looking to bring it down. Now he commits the foul. Taken quickly by Jeffinho. He's telling his teammates to come forward. Taken quickly by Jeffinho. He's telling his teammates to come forward. Libao, he's got a bit of space here to attack. Libao! And it shoots wide.
Well, it's amazing the caliber of goals he scored today, and that would, for his standards, a relatively simple
he found some
chance,
space, didn't he?
Unable to apply that finishing touch. Maybe even he's starting to feel the pressure now. A big occasion.
That's Feidosa looking to thread it through the legs of Pellegrini. Abdu. Molo. Good powerful run forward from him, but couldn't find Kadir with that pass.
We haven't had a golden goal, have we, today? Golden goal
today,
situation.
no.
Or yesterday, so we shall see.
See we shall. Libao. Jeffinho. Pellegrini with a first-time shot! And he's managed to squeeze it into the bottom corner. Well, it looked like it was well defended by KARASU, but he exploited the minimal opening there was in the armour. And FURIA are back in the lead.
As you said, they found that little opening, and top-quality sides, but that's all they need. Just a half a yard, a little bit of space. And that's what they can do, and that's what top sides do. And that's why they are the Brazilian champions, and they've gone ahead with the clock ticking down. And KARASU, can they hit back? Or will we see, like we did with GMG, when they conceded that late goal, heads drop, and the game being over?
Well, they've managed to respond time and time again so far. They've only got this one last minute before we head into the double goal last 2 minutes. Marin, oh, that's a brilliant block challenge from Jeffinho. Long from Bilal. It's brought down. Now they can turn. Leleti runs into traffic, but the good news is that it will be a corner kick for FURIA.
Yeah, they'll certainly take that. Just look to hang on here. Make sure there isn't that golden goal situation.
Jeffinho. Oh, they're going to keep it in the corner.
Good play, clever play, smart play, experience coming through there.
There we go, 38 minutes are up, 7-6 to FURIA. Don't know if we'll get to hear from them now. Generally, when we think we're going to hear from the dugouts, they do sort of pull us away.
Yeah.
Let's see if we get to see what the vibe is.
14 minutos vai classificar. Fecha o meio.
I think he was saying 2 minutes and we're qualified. That's all managed to grasp from Carlos Barbosa's chat to his players.
Avec Mehdi, et après tu vas rejouer.
Não toma mais, toca, filho. Não toma mais. Respira a cabeça no lugar e fecha a porra do meio.
dos, tres, Furia. Li Pao very vocal in that team talk. This has been the toughest that anybody has made life for Furia so far. We're only in the last 16.
Just to have, of course, that home support to look to. Have obviously quieting down a little bit, haven't they, after that very noisy start. Furia just keep having that little edge every time. KARASU draw level, and Furia go ahead again, and they lead. This final, just going into these final 2 minutes, plus added time. Goals worth double. KARASU score, they go ahead. As if Furia score, you feel that really would be it. And game over. Still, what a way, Bruno. What a game to cap off the final day of the round of 16 fixtures. And about to find out, Furia or KARASU, the last side to join the previous 7 sides, already safely in the quarterfinals.
Now one last chance for KARASU to pull off an upset, a surprise, as Ryan Lima's cross is challenged by Medigasem. Dendel will take over. It's Jaffinho on the turn, it's in, and it may well be good night. And look at the celebration from Leleti. It is 9-6. KARASU have given everything they've got. They've thrown their very best at Furia, and it's been a remarkable contest, but this side has just got too much quality for them. There he is, coming over to celebrate.
Yeah, I think that will be it. You can see from the reaction as well from Furia. I think they...
Goal from Leleti. Just to monitor everybody in this last minute, you can still vote for your MVP, maybe swayed by that goal from Leleti.
Yeah, as I was saying there, Bruno, I think you can see from the reaction from the Furia players, I think they know they have done enough. And for KARASU, that could be a good night.
Score another. No, it was relief, wasn't it, from the Furia players.
Sorry, just the noise coming through here. Noise coming through from the drums. Now 52 goals, Bruno, in this match day. 52, 5-2.
Wow.
What a day.
Yes, no, a very special day of football. And just to say, a lot of relief.
Hey, how about that?
That was wonderful, yeah.
How about that? A celebration to match the goal.
Ala Gims.
Gims' competition, let's put it that way.
To the far post, Marin heads it down well. It was a very intelligent nod down, but nobody to finish it off.
So 3 Brazilian sides then, from the looks of things in the...
That's right. 2 of them will be squaring off in the next round.
Wow.
Furia taking on Dendele.
Wow, what a game that's going to be. What a game. I think in terms of sort of the star quality Furia, in terms of that ability just to know how to win games, in terms of the way playing and game management, Dendele, I fancy their chances. Again, we'll talk all about that. Looking ahead tomorrow, and briefly in our post-match show, of course. So
That's true, yeah.
So stick with us. Once this game is over, we'll recap the action.
Tough job today for whoever has to edit the highlights.
Oh yes.
So much has happened.
We've got to have that Li Pao overhead kick, though. Got to have that overhead kick.
Naturally, the moment of the day. The tournament so far.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be a Li Pao, the man of the match. I mean, that's easy to say, isn't it? It's easy to say after his performance. That goal, well, as you said, the greatest goal ever scored in the Kings League, and that comes from Bruno Bergerech.
And that's not an opinion.
It's a fact. Fact.
Melody clears.
The referee will As soon as we get to that 2-minute mark, 2 minutes of added time, we'll blow his full-time whistle.
Molo looks to bring down the ball. I think he's offside here. Guillermo Feitos, doesn't matter because his shot goes wide, and that is going to be the end of the game. Well, what a performance from both sides. KARASU were big participants, big protagonists in this stellar showing from FURIA. They really forced them to bring out the best that they've got, and they force Leletti and Lipao to show why they are two of the best players in football, a seven-a-side football all around the world, and in the Kings League and in the Kings universe, as we like to call it. But FURIA, in the end, they come through, and it is that quality, isn't it? That star showing of Leletti and Lipao that was the minor difference between the two teams.
Yeah, again, they have been devastating, haven't they? Those two, Lipao and Leletti. And Lipao with that glorious goal, the acrobatic brilliance. They can enjoy this moment, but not for too long, I have to say, Bruno.
Quick turnaround.
Yeah, it's a very, very quick turnaround. Just have to try and, obviously, naturally, you've got to try and save and enjoy these moments, don't get me wrong, but then again, they've got to quickly switch and think ahead to tomorrow's big game. It is another Brazilian derby for Dendele. But these are great scenes, but as we said, they've got to quickly start focusing, and you can see there the number 3 with a hat-trick here.
MVP.
And the man wearing the captain's armband as well. Lipao, and we're going to hear from him very, very soon indeed. We'll have a chat with Giussi Maloney pitchside with our post-match MVP Bazar interview. But full marks indeed to Lipao, and we all sensed him with that. KARASU, full marks then for battling it and making a great game of it, but you just sense that FURIA would always find that touch of class, that little bit of quality to get the goal when they need it, and they did just that when golden goal was looming, wasn't it? But then they managed to find that goal, and then at the very end they got that goal to get them over the finish line. We're about to hear from the star man right now, Lipao, who's pitchside, chatting with Giussi.
Back to the pitch, right next to me is the MVP of this game, Lipao, that also helped this team get into the quarterfinals now. Congratulations, and how are you feeling, and what are you expecting for tomorrow?
Como você está se sentindo e o que você está esperando para amanhã? Muito feliz com esse resultado. O grupo todo está de parabéns, a gente fez um jogo excelente. E agora é descansar, porque amanhã já tem outra batalha e faltam 3 para a gente realizar nosso sonho.
Yeah, he's very happy with his game. The whole team is very happy. We're very satisfied with the result. Now it's time to rest because tomorrow is another war.
Absolutely. Now here's your marker to sign the jersey. There you go, on the spot. And it will be right on our Bazaar app as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much for the translation. Now, of course, this will be purchasable actually on our app on Bazaar, but you have to be really fast because they go by so fast. Of course, they're not the only items to be selling on our app. A lot of jersey that are actually available for the whole competition. So get the app, get ready. We'll meet you there.
And talking of meeting up, these are the sides that have gone through and will be meeting up in the final 8 of the Kings World Cup clubs as we recap the results from today. And it came to a close with a FURIA fine performance from them getting the better of KARASU. It began with United sending Futbolistas Locos home, and then we had arguably, well actually without the argument, the game of the game, the game of the day, Porcinos beating Xbuyer team, and then Dendele just edging out DMG in the all-Brazilian derby. And of course, Dendele needs to have a quick recovery, just like FURIA. They're going to be going head-to-head tomorrow in another Brazilian battle. in the quarterfinals of the competition. So make sure you join us tomorrow once again for another day of Kings League action. Thanks again, everybody. Thanks again to you, Bruno, as well, for being beside me for another brilliant day of action.
Absolute pleasure. See everybody tomorrow. Don't miss out on the quarterfinals.
And a reminder, looking ahead to next year, where the venue is going to be in Brazil.
Vem pro Brasil, vem pro Brasil. Vem pro Brasil, vem pro Brasil.
O Brasil, Kings Leagues em Brasil. O Brasil, Kings Leagues em Brasil. King World Cup Nate, all the counters em Brasil. Todo mundo joga bonito, vem pro Brasil que eu te explico. Chuva de gol, pega o shootout, aqui vai ser bom. Pega essa torcida, sente a bateria, futebol todo dia, essa é a nossa vida.
É o país do futebol. Vem pro Brasil.
Kings Leagues em Brasil.
Vem pro Brasil, vem pro Brasil.